Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Children of the Cup. I am your DMGM storyteller, whichever you like to call me, Forgotten Dreams, and I am joined with a lovely cast of people, starting with Shannon.
Hello, I'm Shannon, and I play Cassandra. Happy-go-lucky, I guess, because I don't know what that was. No, this is pressure. I don't do well.
All right, fantastic. Next up, we have Mel.
Hi, I'm Mel, and I'm playing G-Meg. I am Ananda.
All right, sweet, simple, to the point. All right, next up, we have Azzy.
Hello, I'm Asi or Asira, and I will soon be on camera, but I'm currently eating a little. But I am playing Cecilia of Montfort, who is a Semish.
Fantastic. That's my excuse too, chat. Yeah, absolutely. Next up, we have Seth.
Hello, my name is Sephorio, and I eat shamelessly on stream when I can. When I feel like it, I should say. And I play Ajala. Hi.
Fantastic. Ajala, could you throw our viewers their lovely disclaimer before we have Azzy go into our wonderful recap?
Welcome everyone to this stream. This is gonna be a vampire story, and vampires are dark. So dark themes and bad choices, they will be part of this story, most likely. If things get a bit too much, too dark, or a bit too iffy for you, feel free to tune out for a bit or take a break from it. As in, take care of yourself and don't stay around if you really feel like you shouldn't. Besides that, enjoy the show and don't hold it against the players, but hold it against the characters because it's characters that we're portraying. There we go.
All right, fantastic. Azzy, take us away with the recap. Last time on Children of the Cup.
Well, I will say what I said last time. My notes start when the last half hour of the session. I can do the recap from that point. Otherwise, I was traveling.
This is
And then
very
I
true.
arrived.
This is very true. Oh boy. In that case, Seth, I come back to you as our recap master.
Good grief. Yeah, good question. I remember us going to the Citadel, so the Tower of David, going to see Ezekiel. Of course, I completely mistook one of our ghouls for another ghoul.
Yes?
Which I'm probably still going to have to live up to. So we eventually entered, did some talking to Ezekiel. Ezekiel had some tasks for us, blah, blah, blah. We left again in search of, Seraphina's ghoul, of Backtrack, because we were afraid that things might be going sideways with him. Eventually, he wandered into the inn of the Painted Lady itself, rather than we having to go out and search for him. Then, of course, Ajala fed him his blood to sort of keep him ghouled, but, well, not to Seraphina, because Seraphina's out of commission, even though Cecilia had claimed him. And I believe after that, Cecilia entered the inn as well, or was it the night after? Early night after.
I want to say that was the same night, I want to say.
No.
No, I think it was
I see
the
someone
night after.
shaking
No.
their head quite.
It was the night after because I
Yes, the night
arrived in
after.
the morning of the night. So to say.
So, yeah,
yes.
the early evening.
Yeah.
Okay, fantastic. Once Cecilia did arrive, though, what happened?
Well, she went in and basically looked like Habiba, even wearing perfume from her because I had her clothes on me. And, well, trying to diffuse the awkwardness that ensued when people are a bit confused. I described how I had been fighting Habiba. She had survived, but I had at least wounded her a lot. And then we came into more drama as Ajala casually said, well, I basically took Backtrack and gave him blood. And Cecilia calmly described to him that that could be seen as stealing. And then more drama, and Ajala left because he felt like whatever he did, it was wrong, even when he tried to do good things. And then we had a more calm discussion with Cassandra, and she talked about her party that is going to happen. And Cecilia was invited as the +1 to that party, if I remember correctly. While Ajala met Alexis out hunting. Well,
Maybe Alexis.
maybe Alexis. Maybe someone took the form of it. Who knows? But it got some advice and basically told Ajala, you should try talk to Cecilia about your feelings. Nothing can go wrong. And Ajala came back after having a lovely dinner and talked about the feelings. And I think it went kind of good. It was mostly awkward. But not that bad. And then we decided that I should go. Well, I will also inform that apparently Sekel wanted to speak to me, so I will go there. Apparently in Habiba's clothes. And we're having a chaperone that's going to introduce us as, I think it was Lady Cecilia, and then I did not type up Adiala's name, but I know that, Cecilia was very humored about it. That's what I
Duke.
remember.
Oh god, it's a really stupid name.
Couscous something.
Kush was the last name, but the first name
yeah,
was
I remember Kush, but I don't remember the first name.
Kushkasal or something like that. wasn't it?
Was it
Kush
Kush
Kazal.
Kazal?
Yeah.
Kush Kazal. Yeah, sorry.
That's a special name. Either way, bringing
We had to come up with something on the fly.
Yes.
One important thing, sorry. There was also the demon book and the Lilith book that we talked about with Alexis.
Yeah, with Alexis right there.
This is true.
Yeah.
Everyone, don't forget your willpower.
Yes, everyone go ahead and restore a point of willpower to yourselves.
Really need that.
As a quick reminder before we head back into the session, Chimeg and Cassandra, what were the two of you up to at the end of last session? Because I know that Cecilia and Ajala are headed towards the Citadel. I don't remember what you two were headed towards.
I don't know if
I was also
with.
headed.
Okay.
Because I asked Cecilia, I said, and she said I'd prefer it if you came, so that's Cassandra's happy to escort.
Fantastic. Chimeg?
And I guess Shemek would come as well if everyone else is going.
One big happy family. Very well. Fantastic. So, the entourage as it is, you all make your way through the various different winding streets until eventually you come upon the outer gates of the Citadel itself, and you see two familiar guards. Yes, Cassandra.
I would have said along the way, Cassandra would have taken his time to have a bit of conversation. Is that okay?
That's absolutely fine. Yeah, take it away.
Okay, she'll just turn to Cecilia and say, well, with this party, there's plenty of time to discuss, but I just wanted to give a heads up because it's going to mainly be a party for our kind. You know, they're not going to have the normal kind of refreshments, and if things got out of hand or if that's just expected and drinks are dried, I would like to warn you. I don't know if that's what it's going to be like, but it's a possibility. Party for our kind, I can imagine.
As you're muted.
I appreciate the warning, and I would of course have preferred that it didn't happen, but when things happen without me influencing them, it's like saying that nature shouldn't kill anything. That's just how nature is. I just don't want to be part of removing, thoughts. So if it's expected that I do it, I will have to decline.
I read that as expected. I'm just cautious in case it might be there. But if you ever need to take yourself for a breather, that's fine. I'll come up with excuses for you. Also, Ajala, maybe it's a good time to bring up, was it crypt mausoleum stuff to Cecilia? Because I don't believe that's been mentioned yet.
No, crypt. What is that?
The demon. It warned us that it didn't want others, Cainites, to know of our particular... I'll have a look around before I continue. I'll have a look around before I utter anything else, just in case. But if I feel like coast is clear, as in our persuasion within the Cainite bloodline, the thing we share, the demon was aware of this, I think. He said it didn't want our secret to leak out yet, so we should take care of our problem in the mausoleum or in the crypt. I think it was mausoleum that he said.
That bonus is digging.
So,
potentially.
I don't know in what sort of way the demon might have any patronage over us in the sense of in protecting us, but it seemed like it was invested in our secret not being out there, which is weird.
Yeah, I know about the advancements in the crypt, and I don't have a good solution for that yet.
We
Same.
had some thoughts.
What have you? Do you have any suggestions?
I'll also like look around if there's anyone paying attention or following us or and well, not sure how much we should talk about.
We can save it for after this meeting with Ezekiel, I guess.
Possibly.
On that note, on the way to Citadel, are we going past where they met? What's his name? Black Fang, Black Blood. Are we going past that
In order
area?
to get to the Citadel, yes, you would have to pass by the Slaughtered Ox, which is where you ran into Black Blood.
I would ask when we go past it. Is that fellow who made us do that very interesting ceremony? Is that where he'd always hang out, or do you know where he would be? Because I wouldn't mind a quick word if I'd catch up with you guys.
Well, I think the quickest way to learn about their presence is probably either be unlucky enough to run into them or ask Canis, I'm gonna guess.
Oh,
Oh,
he's
so it's-
moving
didn't have
toward. Oh, sorry. I saw him moving towards the ox. I believe it was yesterday night, just before dawn.
Do you mind if I quickly pop in there and I'll catch up with you guys?
We can wait outside. I need to get the cloak anyway. I don't think I want to flounder that I'm wearing Habiba's clothes. I don't want to hide it. So I think a good compromise is
I
That's
take
fine.
up my cloak and hand it to Cecilia.
You
That
could
will work.
you could all join me if you want. It's just when we spoke again, she's making sure nobody's nearby, kind of hushed tones. We
Mhm.
spoke to Ezekiel. He mentioned the Scourge coming soon. Don't know who, don't know their name, don't know what they look like,
Right.
don't know when they'll be coming. But you know, well, we mentioned this before, didn't we? But
Yeah,
the
we
whole
talked about this.
Scourge wanting to, yeah. I just want to give them a bit of a fair warning of the truce and everything. And
I'll wait outside in that case. By the way, under the cloak he's wearing silver armor. As in silvered.
you didn't take it off.
I took the cloak off to give it to Cecilia.
How did
That
did you sleep in that too?
Armor shows as Ajala takes off of his cloak, clearly silvered in several places, a sturdy chainmail of unique persuasion.
Oh,
Did you
Canis
sleep in that,
came back.
Ajala? Yes.
Yes. The
They have
special order
arrived.
wasn't ready though.
Did you get the arrows and
Yes,
shock sword?
the
Yes.
weapons and armor arrived. It's only the one saber that has not yet.
The rest is at the Painted Lady, but you could get some of my silvered. And she'll
What-
go to
What kind of bow do you use?
probably like I think something along a Mongolian short bow, probably.
Yeah,
And
essentially a recurve or a rescurve, however you say it.
She said that the robe around her and like, oh yeah, I don't need the arrows right now. She's not having her bow with her.
So
What
you
happened to your thing?
go to reach for something familiar, and it's like as you reach for it and feel nothing, there's a part of you that feels not only empty, but also vulnerable.
Well, the fight was ruthless and the bow didn't survive the encounter.
Yeah. Take mine. Just for now. I want it back, but you can have it now.
I don't think I'm in a state to fight anyway. Just keep it. I have daggers, I guess. They're supposed to be good.
Alright.
Well,
Because
I have one
dagger seems
question.
like a much better choice when you're wounded.
Yeah, I just. What did you say? Sorry.
Yeah, because dagger seems like a much better choice when you're wounded.
Yeah. I mean, if you are pulling a bow while wounded, your whole body will take punishment. The dagger is more for showing.
Mm. It's
It
your
doesn't
choice.
matter. I have one question though. What is this place you're referring to that you're going to talk to, and who are you going to talk to? I feel like I'm missing who you are going to speak to, Cassandra.
What's the name? Black Blood. I can never remember it. I'm
Yes, the name is
sorry.
Black
Black
Blood.
Blood.
Black Blood. Remember he was the one that we did the truce with?
The Wolf Patriarch.
Oh, you mean the... Oh, okay. And he is supposed to be there. I understand.
I do not know. I'm just hoping. I do not know where they frequent. I would just want to give them a heads up, courtesy's sake, if nothing else.
I think we should... I mean, I guess if we have something to win by doing it, I mean, currently don't want to limit our contact with them. I think that was what they wanted as well. Maybe you're right. To warn
I
them.
just want to give them a heads up because, if they end up dead.
As much as I dislike the idea, favor for a favor might actually stand with these creatures as well. Who knows?
I don't have to
Or
really do
friendships.
anything.
Exactly.
Just
And again,
mention it.
There's also the reason why I would prefer to wait outside rather than be there when...
you can go ahead. I'll catch up if that'll make it look less weird.
Well, I think it's just okay for us to wait outside. We don't have to, we want to hear if something goes wrong as well.
Fair enough. And Jala will
Sure.
tap the short sword in silver on this side.
So, I'd like to go ahead and apologize to my players. Unfortunately, I won't be able to provide any ambiance for you because Roll20 is being its usual shitter self. But aside from that, if you will please imagine the busy streets of Jerusalem as they go past, the sound of the occasional owl in the distance, and the light, noise, and festivities of a nearby establishment known as the Slaughtered Ox, as a light bit of music probably from a traveling bard who's currently playing in the establishment or some sort, perhaps even an entire troupe, as you hear the faint sounds of multiple instruments coming from within. The smell of stale alcohol wafts its way down the street towards where you are as you begin to approach the Slaughtered Ox. And there's a familiar-looking individual leaned up against the wall just up the steps next to the front door of the Slaughtered Ox. As other patrons make their way in and out, a tall Egyptian man smoking from a pipe simply waits. Whether it's for you or for something else, you're not entirely sure, but when you run into him, he seems to be in the same place.
Sandra smiles, kind of bows her head in greeting. If I'm not interrupting, could I have a word with you in private? It won't take long.
Looks over to you, taps out his pipe a few times, carefully places it away in his large cloak, and opens the door to the Slaughtered Ox and motions with his head for you to go within.
Thank you.
He then looks back towards the three of you waiting outside and gives you all a interested glance, sort of gauging whether or not you also will be making your way within or whether or not you wish to stay outside.
I look around like I'm not really particularly interested in whatever's happening there.
Jala does acknowledge his presence with a nod.
Yeah, she may too.
Okay. As his eyes glaze over the three of you, he just gives a curt nod and makes his way into the door behind Cassandra, assumedly. looking around, you can see that there's a fair amount of individuals, roughly about 10 here in the downstairs, but a large group of maybe 20 or so make several amounts of noise coming from the second floor, where you can hear the rattling of dice, the slapping of cards on table, and the jostling of coin several times over. He quickly looks around and looks towards the bar, and simply gives a motion to the bartender before beginning to make his way up the stairs.
She follows.
Eventually, you would make your way up to the third floor, where you would find yourself facing the door of a very familiar room, the same room that you made your truce in, quote unquote. He opens the door, takes a look around, gives a sniff to the air, before stepping out of the way of the doorway and simply motioning for you to go inside.
She does.
Door closes behind you as he steps in, and he says, "Well, it's not usual that your kind approaches me, and when they do, usually it means trouble."
I wish that could be different, but it's similar lines, I guess, tonight. It has come to my knowledge that someone's coming to the city. A scourge. Do you know what that is?
This term means nothing to me.
And normally they come to kill our own kind, people with troubles, this and the other. But apparently this one, who don't know a name, don't know exactly when they're coming, but this scourge is coming to kill werewolves. And I thought I'd better give you a heads up.
A fair warning, I appreciate it, yes. I will take the necessary precautions to defend from any of your kind. This is interesting. You tell me this sort of individual, usually a lawbringer of some sort? Is that why he slaughters your kind, or?
That's what Cassandra knows of it, right? I believe.
It's about what you know of it, yeah.
Yeah, so this doesn't seem normal to what I know of it, but the one who brought this to our attention was genuine, and at least from what they've been told, that's why they'll be coming. Sorry, it's incredibly vague. It's if I thought I could ask more questions, I figured you could tell them and ask without looking incredibly obvious. I would do so, but
Well, a warning is better than nothing at all. I do appreciate it. However, I recognize that it's usually not in... It's usually not a gift that one shares such information, such as this. So, how exactly may the Silver Fangs be in service to repay this debt?
stay alive.
A large, wide grin comes to his face, and you can see he has immaculately kept pearly white teeth. A little bit unusual for people of the time period. Staying alive should be manageable.
I am very fresh to all this, and I don't know what has come across between our people before, but I like to speak to you more, and others like you, but I know this isn't quite the best time for it. Are you still... How are your arrangements for moving out of the city going?
Our arrangements so far go as planned. No immediate complications have... And he sort of cuts himself short. Correction, no dire setbacks have come about. Recently, a group of individuals from... How is it that you people say it? A group of Libon, I believe is the word that your kind use, have made their way into the city. And this did slow down distribution of a few things, but it has been manageable. The individual who seems to be leading these Libon in the city, I apologize, I am not good with names such as this. Mephisto? Mfatso? Mfatso?
Mm-hmm.
Either way,
So.
you know this individual.
She will flash her choker necklace.
Ah, yes, I recognize that symbol. They happen to decide to hole up in a part of the city that included a group of warehouses that we were using, but a sort of deal has been brokered. Apparently, as he put it, predator recognizes predator. And he thought it would be better suited to his interests to deal in trade than blood. So a similar agreement has been reached.
Would more funds help you speed this process, or would you like me to
More
speak
funds
to him to reach a fair idea?
isn't necessarily what we need. Mainly the thing that is keeping us here for so long is waiting on certain individuals to arrive, certain caravans to make their way towards this part of the Great Dunes. But if you could get your hands on perhaps a few ingredients. I believe ingredients that might perhaps be easily found amongst those of you known as the Tremere. That would serve to speed things along. In particular, kind of gives a little bit of a smile. We are seeking some herbs from Athena and a black rose from Cyprus. Bit of an odd request, those items. So if you are not able to acquire them, that is fine. We will simply have to wait the allotted time for the merchant who does deal in them to arrive.
I'll see what I can do.
It would be appreciated if you could get those items for us.
When you say herbs from Athena, could you elaborate?
I could. And he will go ahead and looks for a piece of parchment, goes ahead and grabs one, and he'll write down some very, very common herbs from usually what's found in that region of the world. And you would recognize quite a few of them. Your DM does not have them off the top of his head.
That's fine, as long as Cassandra knows that's okay, but...
Yeah.
And I take it... Should I need to... I'll find you here?
I have found myself quite taken with the alcohol that they serve here. It's a bit of the stronger variety and tends to calm certain things.
That's good. Well, I'll reach you here, and should you ever need to reach me, just send a letter or a message to Painted Lady, to Cassandra.
Hmm. Yes, I had noticed that I believe the word is coterie, seems to frequent that particular establishment. Well, it has been pleasant conversation, but I fear that I must go round up a few pups.
Of course. Thank you. Keep well.
You as well. Pulls out his pipe from his cloak and begins to fill it with some tobacco from a small box that he pulls out of his cloak as well as he begins to open the door and simply looks back, gives you a nod, and then walks down the hall and down the stairs.
And she too will leave.
Fantastic. All right, everybody else, go ahead and give me perception and awareness.
I also want to remind something. Chimek, you had a very important task this start of the evening. You have a certain heart on you that was going to travel to a certain mansion.
That was the thing. Yeah, that's true. I forgot about that.
I think that you might want to. Yeah, I should probably remind
Yeah.
that. It feels important.
That's totally slipped my mind.
Perception and awareness.
Depending, is it visual and it's low light vision?
Yeah, visual comes into play here. So
Then 6 successes.
all
Does
right.
wound penalties affect, by the way?
No
Probably
wound
not.
penalties do not affect this.
Then I will just re-roll the second. The first one I rolled was for awareness, and the second one is apparently one less now when I rolled without wound penalty.
How the world works for some reason.
Yeah.
All right. All right. Great. Fantastic. So, Chimeg and Jala, as you were standing outside of the slaughtered ox, you both get a glimpse of something very quickly moving from alleyway to alleyway across the street towards the Armenian Quarter. And Ajala in particular, you see the distinct flash of a black tail, spined and tipped with a scorpion's barb, flash through an alleyway.
Wait. That is not a... I'm not sure if my eyes deceive me, but, like, the size of it would have been... how big would it have been?
The tail that you would have spotted would have probably been about 3 feet long, and the barb itself is about the size of a person's fist. And it would have been attached to a figure, very slim, oddly without any form. Well, with humanoid form, but no particular discernible gender. Standing at roughly about 6'4".
Did any of you see that?
What?
Someone with a tail, maybe a werewolf.
No. That was not a wolf's tail. That was a scorpion's tail.
Can it be the demon?
I don't know. I hope not. Making his way in southward, so whatever it is, I don't like it.
If it's... Well, if we're to believe the one you met, we have 2. Right? In the city.
I'm hoping
So that
not.
could be the one that...
The one we faced didn't have a tail as far as I remember.
It could change form, and it was lying, so I don't trust
Possibly,
it.
then, yeah.
Your eyes
Don't
still
know.
focused in that direction at this point, Cecilia, Jala, and Chimeg. Keeping a keener eye out this time, you all see a second individual, no smaller than 8 foot, dashing their way through the alleyways. Form undiscernible. and a long 6.5-foot tail with a similar scorpion's barb following behind them.
Are they like running into an alleyway, or is it?
They're running
past
in
the main
alleyways.
street?
They're
In
nowhere
alley.
near the main street. The only reason you kind of catch it is the alleyway that you're staring at intersects with another main road, but it also has several various different offshooting alleyways that kind of allow you to run parallel with, and sometimes very easily cross at very thin parts of main streets. And that's the alleyway you see them darting across. And they're sort of heading roughly in the direction of the bottom corner of the Citadel, if they were to go in a straight line, but you doubt that they're going to stay on a straight path with those alleyways.
But they're moving west,
Yeah. Southwest, to be exact.
southwest even. And we are going to head
Around.
southwest, right?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Do we
Great.
hunt them?
No.
We could send, and she'll like pat the bag she has with a heart. We can send it back with Rafik to the Painted Lady. It should be safe.
No, it's not safe at the Painted Lady. We need to get the heart back to the mansion.
There's
Right.
two of them. That means one of them should have been the one who did it, if not both.
We don't know anything about this. It can even be the same one that is just trying to fool us.
There's a loud crack that comes from further in to that alleyway outside of visibility of the three of you, and there's a cloud of dust that peaks into the air from one of the nearby homesteads. The sound of shattering glass, pottery, and the breaking of wood, and the crying out of two individuals, a male and female voice, rings out in the air. Several individuals in the street stop and look that direction, and a few of them, brave enough, begin drawing their weapons and heading that way. Others simply gawking on as onlookers.
Where the sound is coming from, is that within or outside of our territory?
Outside of. But it's
It's
in
on-
direct correlation with the direction that they were headed.
Can you walk parallel so you can get a better view? Maybe? Towards
Of that
the-
building, it's situated smack in the dead of the alleyway where you wouldn't be able to see it from the streets. You'd have to go into an alleyway to see it.
Okay. Well, I think we should not go into that alleyway and see what's
I completely agree. And I look at Chimeg that hard, as in getting it to the mansion. Are we going to do that still tonight, or do we send someone else?
Yes, that
We
was the
trust someone else.
plan. But
Maybe you should just fly right away.
The smaller
sure
of the
that
figures
Serafino
appears in the alleyway once more, heading in the opposite direction, frantically looking like they're running before seemingly they are grabbed from the tail. And you watch as a shadowy figure is dragged back further into the alleyway.
They're hunting one another?
or they're putting on a show.
It can be just a trap to get us to go in.
I think we should get Serafino to safety. He's in no state to defend himself right now, as in, you know why.
The alleyway falls silent as 6 brave humans make their way into it and quickly round the corner. One of them carrying a torch bravely in front of themselves, a clear look of fear on a young 17-year-old boy's face as he rounds the corner. There's a clear look of confusion as they all round the corner, still visible to the three of you, their lights silhouetted mainly by the torch that they are carrying. And then the torch is snuffed out, and what follows is a series of screams. Until, once again, the night falls silent.
We're at the main thoroughfare from the Jaffa Gate, correct?
Yes. So at this point, you hear the sounds of a bell coming from the Jaffa Gatehouse itself, as well as from the Latin Partiturate, and the sound of armored boots making their way down stone stairs. As you can see, there's a bit of a hustle and bustle at the gatehouse itself, and several of the Jerusalem guards are beginning to make their way in that direction.
It's not our territory. We should not interfere.
Nope.
I think this would be a very bad idea.
Not even sure if I feel like gathering information on what the fuck happened there.
Perception alertness, difficulty 8.
With a difficulty 8, I'm impressed by myself.
Wow.
Oh wow, and I have 0. Damn, yeah, 2 1s in there.
Shemeg,
Great.
do you have any specialities?
2
Low
9s.
light
Eye
vision?
for details.
Eye for details.
Eye for details.
Okay. So, Shemeg and Cecilia, the two of you are looking in this direction. And as much as you keep eyes on the ground, the two of you also scan the rooftops. So it comes as a little surprise when you see a very large, 8-foot-tall figure crawl their way up onto one of the rooftops, and in a single bound, jump from this part of the city to about a 10 minutes walk away, roughly in the direction of the Painted Lady, before disappearing into another alleyway.
Okay, now that's our territory.
Is it inside our territory to jump to?
It jumps its way from where it is in the Armenian quarter roughly into your territory and disappears not too far away from the Painted Lady. It covered the distance of what took you 10 minutes to walk in one jump.
I guess we will have to investigate it then where it landed, but it's too far away to do anything now. We have other priorities. Unless you can jump there.
Right here.
Wait, it jumped where?
On the roof. It just jumped from that roof to like 3 blocks away.
Sorry, what?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was not flying. It jumped. It was way faster than flying.
Wow.
I don't even know how the other roof didn't break from it jumping. Or maybe it did, we just didn't, I don't know. Maybe it has... Okay. I would just be much more comfortable if the heart comes to Bartholomew.
Yeah.
And
that
we
comes
can-
first.
Go underground for a while.
The door to the slaughtered ox swings open as Cassandra begins to make her way down the stairs.
Probably also heard the screaming.
Surprisingly, Cassandra, no screaming. You didn't hear any of that from inside. It was unfortunately covered by the loud, boisterous noises of people gambling to their heart's content.
Get yourself entertained? Oh,
Oh,
long
problem.
faces.
Well, we just
Hmm?
saw something possible.
We saw nothing.
Do you
We
see
just saw-
something?
we just hear things.
I think you were right about the 2 demons. Possibly.
What direction?
No,
They point Cassandra in the direction that they... Well, do you point towards the alleyway where the apparent fight took place, or do you point back towards your territory where it jumped?
yeah,
the
no,
fight
where
took
it
place
take place. Yeah.
Yeah.
Where first? Sorry, I couldn't hear you talking over.
The alleyway where the first fight took place. Where it
Are
probably
they still
took out-
there? Do you think?
One of them
has
jumped
left.
away.
The other one is possibly
We
dead.
know.
It had scorpion tails.
Possibly, they seem to fight each other.
So maybe that one wasn't lying. Maybe.
If
I don't know.
that is even what we saw, because we don't know.
No, and even if it is 2 demons, it still might be all lies on why this is happening.
You said that the one you saw did not have a tail.
No.
It didn't when we fought it, but
No,
it shifts shape about as easily as we change underwear. So, well, easier.
Yeah.
And
so
How big
all of
was
them
that
have
one?
their different forms, regardless of their abilities as well. According
One
to
of those were clearly bigger than the others.
they both had scorpion tail. It seems random that they would choose the same form unless it's something in common. If they are demons, I guess. Maybe it's their
That's
battle
like
form.
the normal form.
Oh,
Could we look at that anyway? See if they're over there. What did they do?
Well, 6 humans just went in there to look, and they are not moving anymore and not making any sound. So I
It did
think
a lot of sounds before, though.
yeah, they
they are probably
screamed.
dead. We have. Well, I suggest that we don't go into the alleyway and check, especially. Well,
I'm not going there with Serafino, at least.
No.
In that case, we have to send him back to the painted lady.
Yeah.
I think you should just send him straight to Bart. I mean, even she just gestures. Even he knows you go to the painted lady. Basically, everybody knows you go there. Just
Yeah.
take him straight to Bart.
The painted lady is not an option. If you don't want to fly with it, I will take it with horse.
I can fly with it, of course. Just don't go fighting demons when I'm away this time.
Well,
No,
I
I
tried
just
to get
want
us
to
to
look.
not go into it.
I just want to look. Said no
So did-
fighting. Just
So did the humans there.
And so did Cecilia last time.
I just
Doesn't
want to
hurt.
see. I didn't have to get that close.
Well, they were attacked as soon as they rounded that corner there. And she points into the alleyway.
Is there any other sounds at the moment?
There currently you can see a couple of the
There's
local
soldiers.
towns guards making their way into the alleyway. You watch as one of the guards makes his way into the alleyway the same way that the initial 6 brave souls made their way in, and he raises up a torch to see what's going on, and you can see a gruesome scene indeed, as the 6 individuals are now a collection of heaps of meat spread all across the alleyway.
Well, we don't see that. That's what they see.
Well, Cassandra
There's
maybe as well if she
The
goes.
sound of retching, followed by a litany of curses in French.
Pardon my French.
Sandra looks on over to Jala. That thing you can do, look at people and see stuff. Can you actually, crap, out of character, did you mention the sheet? Did you show us the sheet in the last
At the table, I
episode?
believe. Last
Yes, you
time.
did. You did. Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Mhm.
Was there anything in the notes about noticing a demon?
I don't believe that was particularly in there.
That is a good question. I will go look that up myself. I know witches
'Cause
was
it's the-
mentioned, and we
Yeah,
saw a little bit
which
of
is
that.
demons is a bit too esoteric, I think.
We'll see. Hold on.
Possibly.
Well, if you could
possibly.
tell a kindred and a ghoul's aura, surely you should be able to tell if a demon has an aura. Or a lack thereof.
Asi knows an answer to that, but my character doesn't know.
No. Well, this is an out of character rule question, so if you knew out of character.
The question is if it's on the list that I was given.
Oh yeah,
It
shit.
is not on the list, probably, is what I would think.
Let's see.
gonna
Fey,
guess
ghost,
no.
werebeast, witch, ghoul, vampire, frenzied diabolist. No demons are listed, unfortunately.
Okay.
I look at the
In that
sheet and
case-
it doesn't mention it.
Well, maybe you could add it on next time if they're not moving so fast. It might be helpful.
Yeah.
And it might be something to maybe see if your, goals could land. Yeah, I think. Character quick question. It was human sheriff of Jerusalem. That was one of my contacts, right?
Correct.
I think.
Mhm.
Beautiful. I'm guessing that these are just. He's not here. It's just other people working.
It's just currently the Common Town Guard. They answer directly to him, so you could certainly, send a message along if you wanted to through them. But if you're looking to see if he's going to arrive, it might take about an hour or so.
No,
He is
no, no,
down-
no, 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 no.
Okay.
Not that. Pass a message. Speak to them, and pass the message along. But I'm sorry, I've lost. I don't remember what name I gave to the sheriff. But insert the correct name because it's somewhere in my notes. But I need to organize them better. I'm sorry. But yeah.
So you'd like to pass a message along to the human sheriff. What would the message be? As the guard
keep me updated.
Looks towards you and sort of, there's a twinge of recognition in his eye, but he's not sure exactly if he recognizes you. But he says, "Yes, ma'am. How can I help you? Is there something you need?"
Yeah, I saw. She'll say what name she went by. I don't remember. Sorry. I work with the sheriff too, and I do not want to see anything like this ever again, and ready to aid in this investigation should there be any updates. I wish to be informed.
Wow.
Any
you
similar
work with the sheriff.
cases?
Very well. I will pass along this message. Your name?
She gives it. I don't remember. I'm sorry.
Okay. Oh, that's right, because you had a moniker that you were going under. with them.
Yeah.
So.
Somewhere. Sorry.
Somewhere in your
Has
notes. I will need to be reminded of that name.
Yeah. But has there been any other crimes like this recently?
Like this, and he moves his torch towards the alleyway where the decimated bodies are. No. No. Well, actually, now that you say this, I think that the individuals from the Latin Partiturate, the Knights Hospitaller, came across a body decimated as well. I do not know if that is related.
Knights of what? Sorry, I didn't catch that.
Knights Hospitaller.
Knights Hospitaller. Right.
Or Hospitaller, it depends.
Hospitaller. Okay, I thought
Hospitaller.
I thought you said hospitality, and I got so confused. Sorry.
Pretty much, they
mhm.
are the Knights of Hospitality,
Basically.
so you aren't wrong.
When?
How long ago did the werewolf event happen, guys?
All
that
the
like-
knights
It was
blur
before
together at
That
some
was
the
point.
before
war.
the war.
Before the night
Was that
before
like
the
2
war.
nights? Was it? So
The night before we left for the war.
the night before we left
Like
for the war.
5 nights, maybe.
5 or 6 nights ago. So
Yeah,
it was,
so
it was
a
roughly
week.
Maybe not even.
roughly a week ago. Not exactly, but roughly.
Wait. Oh well.
Yes, Chimeg.
Well, I'm not sure if I'm there or not.
No, unfortunately not.
Okay.
Can Cassandra call for them to come?
Okay.
It's like she'd say, like it's all clear. They've long fled the scene.
Cecilia, Jala, and Chimeg, you watch as Cassandra, who has a brief conversation with a guard, and then she begins waving the 3 of you over.
She's going to be the death of me someday. Unless I kill myself first. And then I
Mm.
start moving towards Cassandra.
Isn't that destroying thoughts as well?
Suicide is heavily frowned upon. But I will approach Cassandra then.
No comment.
They said the knights.
Oh God, what has happened
yeah.
here? She says, pretending to react strongly to all the dead bodies.
Now, you guys have better eyes than these guards, and despite the fact that he has a torch, you guys are able to see more details in the gruesome scene before you. So Cecilia and Chimeg in particular, go ahead and make me perception investigation, actually. Difficulty 6. No wound penalties, Cecilia.
Nice. Difficulty 6.
And there are guards watching, right?
Mm-hmm. This isn't necessarily you going over and touching or poking any bodies. This is just what you can glean from what is left over. Oh boy.
Eye for
Cecilia,
details.
what
that
you
applies.
simply see is a number of bodies. If any of you have, well, I'm sure all of you have seen Resident Evil, but the scene in the hallway when the guy gets cut apart by the lasers as they spread apart in the grid. Cecilia, that's what you see. Chimeg, however, you notice that where the heart would be for each of these individuals, despite the fact that they are in lumpy piles, it's completely missing.
I didn't do it.
Oh, I didn't see Sandra for that moment.
But
He was
everyone went into the alleyway.
conveniently in the inn. She jumped away, jumped back behind the scene, and came out.
Obviously.
We cracked the case.
Cassandra is an 8-foot-tall monster with a scorpion tail, who's just running around killing people, and then using inns as her ultimate disguise.
Checks out.
Sound theory.
These individuals who are lying here dead, however, mental note, the torch went dark and the alleyway was investigated in the span of about 2 minutes.
So this happened really fucking fast.
Of course, the screams started the second the torch went out, and the screams stopped 45 seconds later.
That's not great.
Chimeg would probably have a hard time making that kind of damage in 45 seconds, right?
It's not out of the realm of possibility. If you're really fucking good with a blade. Sure.
Right. How are the hearts? Can I see like the missing cavalry hole?
It would just literally be a chunk of their body is completely missing where the heart should be.
All right, so it's messy. It's not any precision really. It's kind of like you just rip them out more than cut them out.
No, it's
with
more
precision.
like someone took a Minecraft block of the chest out. Of the chest cavity out, yeah.
Yeah, but in a messy way, right?
Sure. There's plenty of blood all over the place. The cuts themselves, though, clean as a surgeon's. A modern day surgeon's, not a medieval surgeon, let's be clear.
Mm.
I should not confuse people with medieval surgeons, very less good at cutting people.
Need to remove the toe, takes the whole leg.
Mm-hmm. Oh no, you've been shot with a small ball. We must take this entire leg all the way up to the kneecap. Why?
Why?
All right. I'll just scan it and be quiet for now.
Mm-hmm. Well, either way, an investigation must take place, so I will have the sheriff contact you when it is necessary and he has more details. If you could give us some time.
Of course.
And him and about 3 other guards. The other 2 are already in the alleyway itself and have moved past that body, more making their way towards where the initial crashing noise came from. But he makes his way in behind them, carefully looking around, blade drawn and torch out.
Any trace of the other scorpion individual, like colors of meat that would match to the colors of that one?
In that pile, no.
Or a 7th body.
There are 6 precisely chopped bodies.
Any blood trails? That doesn't match with the
Plenty of splatter, no trails.
When I saw it jump over the building, it didn't hold on to anything at that point.
Let me hold on. I gotta roll back up, see how many successes you got.
I think I got 4.
Yeah. Okay. So you would have noticed that it was holding itself in an injured fashion.
Okay, but it didn't have anything with it.
No.
Well, we should probably go back a bit, she says as she tries to make room from the guards. So she can speak to the group without them hearing. And then say, the one that jumped away looked wounded, so maybe both of them survived. As there's no body of the other one here.
Only one jumped away. You don't know where the other one went.
No, I only saw one of them jump. And
I just
jump in
barely
possibly
saw a jump, though. I could have clearly missed anything else.
I saw it was holding itself like it was wounded.
There's a yelp from the alleyway, from one of the guards, who takes a second, but eventually yells out, "Survivor! We have a survivor!" And the other 2 guards quickly rush into that direction, around the corner of the alleyway, out of sight of these 6 bodies.
If there's a demon can change form, that would be the survivor.
Yes.
No way
all
to
of
let
the
anyone else alive.
all of the hearts of the 6 people were ripped out. There's no surviving. If there's a normal person, it didn't survive.
Maybe do your see thing, Ajala, but from a distance.
Is that person in sight at this point?
Apparently, no. You'd have to poke your head around the corner.
No.
How obvious would it be if I went and did that? Way too obvious.
Obvious to people on the street, absolutely, but there are plenty of gawkers and bystanders who have sort of stopped what they were doing, and plenty of carts that sit there with horses neighing and their drivers carefully looking into the alleyway behind you.
Right, they saw us come up with this group earlier, so they know that I'm part of her group, right?
Yes, we can all go and look around the corner, I guess.
Yeah, I'm walking in, as in obvious silver armor, and going to have a peek around the corner then.
Celia, you should stay here with Serafino.
You have Serafina.
Yes, but you'll take it off.
I can't protect it in my state. And she will ignore that you say that and continue forward.
Quickly checking which it was, empathy and perception, empathy, difficulty of 8.
Was it just difficulty 8?
I think so. Perception,
empathy, difficulty 8 is.
Okay, fantastic. So, Ajala, as you make your way around the corner, and anyone who follows,
the moment I see that person that seems to look like a survivor,
you would see an individual partially caved into a wall, much like a scene from The Matrix when one of them gets conveniently thrown through a wall and the entire wall breaks down. You would see an individual within the rubble, a woman in her mid-20s, dark black hair, cut to ribbons, essentially. Her stomach has clearly been gashed open severely. Her face is seriously deformed by several claw marks, and she is missing an arm.
I try to focus.
Would you
The
like to
fucking
willpower?
wands. Can I still do that afterwards?
Oh, that's right. This is not V5.
Usually,
Sorry.
usually not.
Been listening to a lot of V5 podcasts, and that involves willpower reroll
Yeah.
3. My bad.
Yeah, that would be really useful right now, but no, that's not going to happen. There's still ones in there which decrease my successes tremendously.
Hmm. Unfortunate as you look down that way, and much like when you tried to read another particular individual, the Cinnamon Lady, you are overwhelmed with a blur of lights, emotions, feelings. It's all a bit much, and it begins to give you a headache as you quickly turn the power off, blinded by the light, essentially.
There's too many around them. I can't see
No one
shit.
should survive that kind of damage.
No.
That must be whatever the other thing is, but in another form.
You can see as the 3 guards slowly begin to try and pull the lady out of the rubble, and as the young guard who was talking to you earlier gets there and begins helping, you watch as the woman goes limp in their arms.
Does it look like they're playing dead?
Would you like to make me a perception expression?
Yes.
Empathy, probably.
Difficulty 6.
It's not perception empathy to do this.
I'd allow empathy.
Alright.
Whichever is higher.
Geologist
I will-
raises an eyebrow. He's
What was the
not sure.
difficulty you said?
Difficulty 6.
Expression.
Oh, wound penalty.
Cecilia,
wound
this woman
penalty?
is super dead. Yes, wound penalties for this, unfortunately.
Okay.
Cassandra, this woman's clearly playing dead. Very well, but still playing dead.
Still whisper that.
G-Meg Ajala?
Meg is standing like a little bit.
Let's get away
wait.
before it notices us.
I agree. We should get away. It looks dead to me, but we should go.
We had somewhere to be. I look at G-Meg when we return. I didn't manage to see much.
Does Cassandra stay, or does Cassandra follow us as we all leave?
Chandra very much a freaking stay.
You can
Sure.
stay, and that is your choice.
And then Cassandra will turn to Kudari. Are we going to follow up on this?
Well, if they've landed in our territory, we can't really do anything else.
It
Well,
started.
it's not our territory,
No,
so it's
but
not really our business.
the one that landed on the other side.
It was close to our territory. It landed. It's not, but it doesn't have to be our territory. It landed it.
It was our territory.
No, it was
And
close to the painted lady.
It was
I'm sure it
close
won't be
enough,
long
no?
until word gets out that it started in our territory.
No, it didn't start in our
It
territory.
didn't start in
That's
you
not
guys' territory. It started outside of you guys' territory.
Yeah, on the other side of the street.
That's semantics. I do not think that Ezekiel, if Ezekiel freaking
I mean,
spread it,
you
would
see how
say
large
that.
this street is? I mean, here's our territory. This happened here. It is far away.
When you're arguing borders via a street, it's just like, look, that's not our territory.
I mean, this is.
I
If
will
something
draw
happens
off-
here,
That's
the cross is not even close to our territory. That's for
Are you-
sure.
Are we still going to see Ezekiel, or what is the plan?
All right, I'm flying. The sooner I get back, the sooner we can deal with this.
Exactly.
Yes.
Just don't go hunting demons.
No.
We shouldn't hunt demons even when you are here. We should just stay away.
We'll talk about it.
I just want to watch from a distance to see if any of these guards get hurt. I will not interact.
Sure, we will
And I'll
talk.
join
about
you.
it.
Then we should head to the Citadel.
All right. So, Chimeg, your plan is to fly towards Bartholomew's Manor with the heart and go ahead and get that delivered. Now, unfortunately, you can't exactly transform in the middle of an alleyway that's being watched by dozens of eyes at the moment. So what's your plan?
Yes. How
Splitting the
we've moved.
coterie.
Hmm?
Splitting the party.
It's kind of close to the into the cavern right here, the outhouse.
It's also
So
kind of
it's
close.
pretty
You're
far.
not terribly far from the outhouse, yeah.
All right. I will head into the cavern and fly from there.
So Chimeg begins making her way down the street that leads to the Jaffa Gate towards the Citadel and breaks off in the direction of the outhouse. Cassandra, you want to follow up with the 3 guards that are now carrying the limp, quote-unquote, dead
Can
body?
I do what's that new power thing? That second K thing. Can I see that second with Virgia?
Sure. Let's go and look up how exactly that particular K power works.
Don't even know if it would work in this situation, but I'm gonna try.
Uh-oh. So you are looking for Faceit? Is that the one?
Faceit, thank you. I think it's yeah. I don't
Da-da-da-da-da-da.
remember. I haven't read it properly.
Let's see. So what you would get as you look in that direction, there is no roll necessary. But as you sort of concentrate in that direction, what you would immediately notice is that there is a dark aura, a vile dark aura that seems to rise from the woman that hangs limply in the guard's arms as they begin to transport her towards the street and looking to commandeer a cart. Your senses tell you that some sort of magic is definitely involved, but it's no sort of fey magic at all. And you're not entirely sure how to describe it outside of a feeling of someone walking on your grave.
Okay. She won't follow. She'll follow Cecilia. She's like, I think I have a way to potentially spot them in the future.
That is good.
She just kind of shivers. That was not a nice feeling. Okay, let's go.
Cecilia,
Yeah.
Ajala, Cassandra. You all
Rafik
continue.
and
Okay.
Rafik and Batu would also stay with them because I think
Okay.
Rafik was gonna
Well,
help them
Rafik
as well.
has to stay with them, so
Yeah. Batu will as well.
you order Batu to stay along, and Batu sort of just hangs with Rafik as the 4 of them, well, technically 5 if we include Batu as a person, make their way to the Citadel.
Just
As-
one night without all this shit going down would be so fucking great. Jala mentions along the way.
I agree. She says very calmly. Like she was commenting the weather.
As you approach the outer gates of the Citadel, you see 2 familiar guards stand there and look towards your group. Rafik sort of begins to posture and take up the front as sort of the look of a royal guard almost upon him. But before he can open his mouth, one of the guards sort of just nods his head a couple of times and the gate slowly begins to open. Rafik kind of looks towards the 2 guards and then looks back at the 3 of you and goes, well, I guess I was very persuasive last time.
Good.
sound of the
Let's
creaking
go.
gate opening makes its way to its full extent and finishes opening. Eventually, you are all brought inside of the citadel, up the ramp until you find yourselves in the main courtyard itself, where you can see that quite a few guards have begun what looks to be preparing themselves to head out on a patrol. Roughly about 10 of them in total are currently in the middle of doing the infamous shimmy shake of getting their chainmail on.
Which
But
indeed
as
looks
you-
quite ridiculous.
Which indeed looks quite ridiculous. But as you make your way past those individuals and towards the gardens where the Tower of David is itself and where you last saw Ezekiel, you perception awareness actually from the three of you.
Wound penalty.
Difficulty 6, no wound penalty, and I will make one for feet.
Perception awareness.
Oh my.
So now they roll well. Ish.
I think you're muted now.
Am I muted?
No, now we hear you. Okay.
Okay.
It just looks like you
so.
moved your
I'm
lips
looking
when you
for perception awareness, no wound penalties, difficulty 6 from Cecilia, Ajala, and Cassandra.
Yeah,
Yep,
we did roll.
Did.
I did not see. Oh, okay. I didn't hear any beeps whatsoever. Fun. All right. Cecilia with 3 out of 10 in there, bringing that to 4 because you have speciality.
I don't
6
have
for
skill.
Ajala.
I don't
All
have
nines.
speciality.
You don't have a I always assume that you do.
Yeah, no, because I roll it so often, but I actually don't have a speciality in perception.
Okay, fantastic. So just 3. 6 for you, Ajala, and 1 for Cassandra. So, Cassandra more taken in by the scene of Ezekiel, arms crossed behind his back in his full lamellar armor, sort of staring out over the desert outside of Jerusalem, sort of next to the walls. Ajala and Cecilia, the two of you would notice that towards the Tower of David itself, close to the entrance, there is a pack of about 6 canines, different sizes, shapes, and breeds.
Do I recognize them?
Unfortunately, no.
So they're new to town, or yes?
They look new, yeah. But hey, it's either a local pack of dogs or a group of
pack of
gangrel
gangrel.
obediently awaiting their master.
That is probably Scourgy.
Ezekiel seems to not have noticed you at the moment, as he still continues to stare out towards the skyline of the night past Jerusalem.
But he's out in the courtyard.
Out in the garden.
Thank God. Well, I think that we will approach the garden. Well, Cecilia's not approach the garden anyway.
As you begin to approach, the dogs begin to give a low growl, at which point Ezekiel turns on his heel and faces towards the 3 of you. I was not expecting to see you all so soon.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I heard that you wanted to speak to me.
You wear the clothes of Habiba, and you smell of her as well, despite that cloak.
Well, I'm not trying to hide it, but I should have maybe not flounder with it. I had a run-in with Habiba recently, and got the better of her. But my clothes was unfortunately destroyed in the encounter, so I took hers. I am sorry to say, though, that she survived and escaped by the, well, what do you call the mesh of her hair?
I
But she's very
prefer
fast.
the skin of her teeth.
Skin of her teeth. But yeah, she's very fast to chase, so it was a bit hopeless even with her wounds.
Good news indeed. Ajala.
Oh, Prince.
Sandra. I see that Chimeg is not with you.
She
Interesting.
has another task for the moment.
As
she wanted
as
to know.
Cecilia looks out roughly in that direction, you just see the winged Chimeg making her way towards the manor in the nighttime sky. So, I assume the three of you have approached me for a good reason. Cecilia, yes, I did call upon you. I had a discussion that I wanted to have with you. Ajala, is there anything that you need, perhaps?
Merely escorting Cecilia.
Ah, well, then your duties are done if you could wait for us in the courtyard.
As you wish, and I turn and start leaving.
Sandra would probably leave too. And she would have probably left with Charlotte, to be honest, unless he had something specific to say to her.
Yeah. So as he sees Cassandra beginning to back away as well, he respectfully just gives you a nod and says, "Well, Cecilia of Montfort."
Indeed.
It has been a while since we talked.
Yes, way too long, I would say. It's a lot of things have been happening, I've heard. I've gotten
A lot of things have been happening, yes. It is true. Unfortunate things, but things. I have someone I would like you to meet. I'm sure that your coterie informed you that a scourge would be arriving.
Yes.
A bit ahead of schedule. That individual has arrived.
I see.
To see if it is at all possible, the Scourge has asked that you be of aid to them during their investigation of our lupine problem.
Yeah, I heard that he was here for the lupine, which is rare for a Scourge to do that task.
Yes, I was also told the Scourge would be a male, however, it appears that my information was incorrect.
In any case, I can give what assistance I can. I'm not an expert on the lupines.
Those who are usually found very dead. So, I would advise caution.
Where can I meet this Scourge?
His hand simply drifts over towards the door to the Tower of David.
Is there anything else you wanted to talk to me? As you probably wanted me to come here before you knew the Scourge was.
Before I knew the Scourge was to arrive tonight, I had a little bit of a discussion, and I am sure that you have heard the news of Magdalena's removal from future events here in Jerusalem.
I did hear that, but I didn't get the reason or what has happened.
That reason, unfortunately, is kept behind the locked doors of a private conversation between herself and the Lioness. So if you are looking for information on exactly what happened there, I'm afraid you won't be able to get it from me, as I do not have it to give.
Understandable. Well, I don't have so many comments about it then. I mean, I don't know the issue that has happened. But maybe there's a follow-up question in here.
Magdalena was handling something for us here in Jerusalem. She was set to, how shall we say, become the future seneschal of Jerusalem. Now I find a particular space open. And while you are, apologies, too young to take up such a powerful position, perhaps being an assistant to a seneschal might suit you. Someone that you're very familiar with at this point. One particular member of your clan, perhaps?
Speaking of Alexis.
Simply nods his head. I have had a short discussion with him, and he has deemed it appropriate that if you are to be a future beacon of the community, it would only be appropriate that you began to learn what duties need to be taken care of from someone of similar stature.
Well, it is a high position, so I understand the concern for the age, and I am not opposed to learn the duties.
And Alexis is not opposed to taking on the duties in the meantime, while apparently he decides to train you. Personally, I don't care who gets the seneschal's position, as long as they can be trusted to a degree, as much as one can trust another of our kind.
Yes.
But you come highly recommended from Boniface.
Interesting. Well, if trust is supposed to be met, then maybe something should be shared then. As I guess you're spinning a bit in your head how I could fight Habiba and not be, well, deceased.
I was not going to be so rude as to ask, but if you are willing to share...
I may not be of high age, but I am older than people might suspect. Well, what people have assumed, depending on how we arrived. I've seen a few centuries. The decades, sorry. A few decades.
Okay. We'll make sure that you didn't say centuries.
Yeah, I didn't say centuries. I'm sorry. That was a language barrier.
That would have been a moment where he would have been like, "Oh shit! All right, but, okay." A few decades, understandable. Well, as much as I would like to converse about the recent events that have been going on in the city, I feel it is only appropriate that I hand over what time is left in the night to your new caretaker.
I hope he doesn't expect me to fight tonight, at least, as I have been... Well, it was not unscathed in our scuffle.
As I said, I was led to believe that it would be a man that would be arriving, but a woman has arrived instead. So, have fun, and hopefully your reunion isn't as shocking as it's... Well, I'll leave that to them. And he turns back towards the deserts outside of Jerusalem.
I turn around, and the only word that is echoing in her head is like, reunion. And she starts heading towards the door.
Cecilia grabs onto the door to the Tower of David and slowly opens it to reveal a low candlelight within, as we cut to Cassandra. As the two of you presumably stand in the courtyard, you would. Is there any conversation you want to have while Ezekiel's speaking to Cecilia?
You said you've got a way that you might recognize them. What did you mean by that?
It's like when I saw that weird colours in the books, I thought I could try focusing like that again. I focused on her because I had a feeling she was playing dead, and my gut instincts have a tendency to be right. And I saw similar colours, but like dark and wrong, and it felt like she was going to shivers again. It just didn't feel right.
Does it at all
Okay.
sound like the Auspex thing that I do?
It doesn't sound like the Auspex things you do, and unfortunately you weren't able to get anything from your brief turning on of the power in the alley.
Yeah. Sounds, well, similar, but not the same as what I can do then, apparently.
No, I don't know. I just thought if I could sense magic in the books, and if I'm guessing changing appearances is kind of a magic thing, I hoped I'd be able to sense something.
So you sense magic in particular?
She just shrugs. More testing until we can meet someone else with that skill set and we can discuss. Until then, I'm just going off of hunches.
Trial and error, I see. Yeah. I guess
But
we had the luck of having an instructor.
maybe it's just what happens when people change their appearance. Maybe it's not directly attributed to what they are, but it's something for now.
Yeah. Anyway. She sure is taking her time in there, isn't she?
The two of you would hear the sound of chainmail making its way towards you. As you glance towards the gardens, you would see Ezekiel slowly stepping his way out. No Cecilia in tow. Jala, how have you been?
I've been good, I think. Just been one night, as in not much has changed.
Good. Things have been moving rather quickly in the city, so
Right.
can be
About
a lot to
that.
take in.
Did the news reach here already? Look
I
at
apologize,
Cassandra.
I am not up to date on every small incident that happens within the city. Is there something I should be aware of?
I look at Cassandra, sort of confused.
Cassandra
His
just looks at him
eyes
like,
fall
you...
on you.
No, Cassandra looks like a Jala, like, go on, as if, like, we're gonna have to
Right.
get him, like, a fucking something to cover his mouth.
There's a lot of movement in the streets down below as some individuals were ripped into many pieces. We heard the screaming, saw something jump away, but
Are you suggesting the werewolves strike again?
I glance at Cassandra again.
Not in this instance.
Interesting. What is to believe you it was not such creatures?
She looks to the moon.
His eyes glance up towards the moon as well. Clearly not a full moon. He goes, yes, there is that superstition, but I know damn well that it's just that, a superstition.
Also, I do think lupines don't have scorpion tails.
Sorry?
The culprits, plural, potentially. Both of them had a tail, but not a canine one. The end was, and I'm quite certain that I wasn't mistaking it, was the tail of a scorpion at the end.
Ezekiel takes 3 very uncomfortably close steps to you, Ajala. To the point where his beard is almost touching your face. Tell me what you know.
I start with mentioning that we saw a figure crossing the street in a blur, hardly being able to make out the humanoid shape for some reason. But the tail that was following was clear as day. And while paying attention to where they disappeared, noticing the second figure, mentioning that it was 8 foot tall, followed as well. And not too long after, we heard the crashing of wall and the screaming of a man and a woman, somewhere in the back alleys, which was followed by curious onlookers that also went in there when the torch was snuffed out and they sort of disappeared from sight, followed by the other screams for about 45 seconds. Then, which I didn't see myself, but supposedly one of the creatures, the taller one, jumped away up to more than 3 blocks from the rooftop. And the rest, well, guards have come in, we've seen the bodies, hearts are missing. Oh no, I don't know that, because, sorry. Yeah, I can't say that about the hearts because I don't think G-Meg mentioned that.
No, G-Meg did mention it.
Oh, she did mention it. So I will basically do a rundown of what information we collected, as little as it is. Because the way he's standing next to me, I'm like, oh shit, I'm in trouble.
Yeah, you can see as his eyes crawl across your face with every word you speak, staring into every single little, despite the fact that you are Parents 5, you know that the tiny imperfections here and there, he stares into them. Till his eyes finally, as you speak your last words, come back up to your own eyes. To check for something.
He's gonna use powers or something. Or just empathy or whatever expression.
I am trying to find what the opposed role is to this.
That depends on what he's trying to do.
Mesmerize is what I'm gonna have him use.
Okay.
So it says manipulation plus leadership, but it doesn't look to have a opposed role. So it's probably off of something.
Does it work on vampires or just on...
All dominate powers are based on willpower, so on the enemy willpower. Well, the target's willpower.
Target's willpower. So what is your permanent willpower, John?
My permanent willpower is 8 or 9. Let me double check real quick. That would be 8.
Put it at difficulty 8. So as he looks into your eyes, there is a very dull glow to his own as he simply says, "Draw it." And he motions his hand over to a piece of parchment. With 1 success, you get this very weak impulse that you would want to follow this command.
Yeah, like, I can try. A bit surprised at the question. I don't know if Ajala has any particular artistic skills, but he sits down at his probably a lectern or whatever that's standing here.
So nearby, what you have is there's a long table that has quite a few dishes and things like that up on it from guards eating. There's a campfire not too far from you. But on the table, there looks to be a couple of ledgers of different kinds. And as you begin to approach the table, Ezekiel would follow behind you, open one of the ledgers, and rip out a page from it. Quickly grab up the ink and quill that is there and put it in front of you.
Try to draw it.
Sure, fantastic. So with this, you're going to go ahead and make for me. What do I want to have this roll be?
I'm going to be so ashamed of whatever the result of this is going to be.
I would like this to go ahead and do dexterity, craft, and then +1 from his success. So +1 modifier.
Dexterity, craft.
Difficulty 6.
Yeah, I have 0 in craft. So yeah. Oh, this is actually a fitting name for that. Dexterous Doodles.
Oh, dag it. 0 successes. You stick.
Out of 6 dice. Look at that.
Yeah, you stick figure it out as best you can.
Mm-hmm. I've never drawn before. Current willpower, that would have been 6, yeah. I don't believe I've used any. Yeah, 6.
So he kind
we
of
could
looks
actually
down at the drawing that you make. Gives an audible sigh. Unfortunate. You should work on your history skills.
About that, as Cecilia mentioned, it's apparently current willpower and not the permanent one, so
If
the
it's
difficulty would have been...
difficulty
Then it
6.
would have been 6.
Alright, well, in that case, let me re-roll versus a difficulty of 6. Ooh.
4 successes.
4 successes. There we go. Okay, so re-roll your doodles draw with 4 additional dice instead.
Oh my god. He forced your mind to be a master.
Yeah,
So,
also...
rewind everything a little bit.
Lightning reflexes.
Lightning reflexes, absolutely. Absolutely, I'll allow it. So, rewind your minds.
3 extra.
In Ajala's mind, he thinks he is drawing stick figures as he makes out this creature as best as he can. But in reality, Cassandra, as you look over Ezekiel's shoulder, almost like watching a professional artist doing a portrait of an individual. But it's like one of the videos where you can see their entire drawing process, but it's sped up like ×3. You watch as Ajala quickly does a full body sketch of... Do you want to do the tall or the short individual?
I think the tall one I would have seen most of, I'm going to guess.
So, full body sketch of a tall, mostly featureless individual with a long, barbed, spined scorpion's tail. Beautifully drawn. Beautiful shading. You even draw the alleyway itself that you saw this individual through with perfect shading. Enough so that you get the point across, but not so much that you make the drawing useless. And as you blink a few times, you sit there and look at a page that has an exact replica of a freeze frame moment in your mind drawn out before you.
I don't really understand. Okay, besides, I've never... Have I never drawn before? I don't know, but I don't remember seeing it this clearly.
Was that the
Thinking
one
of
that
seeing things
jumped
as clearly,
away, or-
perception, awareness, the two of you.
You never have no fucking awareness! God! Wrong dice. Wrong roll, sorry. Ignore that first one.
Do we have to? I
Potentially
mean, there's two successes in there.
I know, but it was playing complete. It wasn't even
I
the right.
know.
Clearly, I wish. I fucking wish, but yeah, no. You know, I'm never gonna frickin' roll right with my 0 awareness. I might invest in that, but I'm saving up for shit.
Cassandra, you are more interested in the fact that Ajala, who has shown no artistic capabilities whatsoever in the past, has just drawn this masterpiece. But Ajala, you notice that you've detailed in scars that you didn't see the first time. You've even detailed in a brand. And as you look closer at the brand, you realize you've seen it somewhere before.
In those books, maybe.
Possibly. Go ahead and make me a wits investigation. Difficulty 5.
From high roll to low roll. At least it's woeful wits investigation. Yeah, there we go. One success. Can't imagine. But yeah,
The last image in a particularly blood-soaked book sort of slightly comes to mind, but you can't recall what it looked like anymore.
The one that shifted under the blood.
Yeah. You'd have to look at the book again.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and memorize this brand.
You notice it would be right. So essentially, to give you an idea of the shot that you have, it's like an action shot of the individual making their way bounding down the alleyway. So their left arm is raised up high while their right arm is behind them, and they are just like full on sprinting through the alleyway. So the left side of their upper breast is visible, and that's where the brand sits, as a faint little detail that you sketched in there.
I sort of point at it. That brand, what does that mean?
Ezekiel kind of bends down and look at it. Oh boy! Oh, my boy is not an occult boy.
I am an occult boy.
No dice. Oh, okay. So just that. All right.
You should have had me roll occult for that. Hango. He knows.
That would be great if this was V5, because that would have been 4 successes. He does not have a speciality, though, however, so that remains only 2 successes, even though they are 10s. So all you get out of Ezekiel is, it does seem familiar in some way.
Quick question, if it's with occult knowledge, I do have occult.
You do.
I have a lot of occult.
You do. Go ahead and make me roll. And Cassandra, you're more than welcome to make this roll as well.
What do I combine?
What roll is it?
So it's intelligence occult.
Okay, there we go.
Intelligence, occult.
Sorry. I had to do that. My speciality in occult is probably not in place for this because that is rituals.
4 successes from the both of you. It's now that you've spent some time looking at it, you recognize it from the book, absolutely. It was the symbol among the shifting symbols on the blood page. The symbol clearly has to do with demonology in some way, shape, or form. However, unfortunately, with this particular symbol, you don't have the research to get any further details upon what exactly it means. But it can't be anything good if it's branded on something chasing another demon.
Cassandra asks because she doesn't know. Was this the one that jumped away, or the one that was playing dead?
The taller one, so the one that jumped away, not the one that played dead.
Okay.
Ezekiel's hand kind of drifts down to the paper, and he says, "Do you mind if I keep this?"
Go ahead. Apparently I can draw, so I could make another one, maybe.
Good luck.
Wait, you used the power, didn't you?
Yes.
That's why I... Okay, I understand
Yes.
now. Why it's not a total stick figure.
Yes. There are many uses to a multitude of our abilities, Ajala. It just takes the right mindset.
Right.
And he
At least-
carefully rolls the piece of paper up and puts it away in a small satchel.
Do try to remember that brand, by the way.
Mhm.
Particularly now that I recognize that I've seen it. Really try to memorize that.
Well, now that we have had
An
this...
investigation that we can join forces in.
Seeing as you have had a run-in with these creatures, I'm sure that when I assign an investigator to begin this work, you will be the first to know, and I'm sure they will come directly to your door. Yes, out of character, Ajala.
The demon on paper that I drew, does it any way, shape, or form seem similar to the one that Cecilia and I encountered?
Ah, yes, I should have made this a little clearer when you did the drawing. So if you'll remember the demon that you ran into in the essential small back alleyway closet was devoid of features for the most part. They just had sort of a basic feminine shape. This one is male, very muscular, however still devoid of features entirely. The heavy difference being there are clear signs of heavy scarring across the body from sharp implements and that brand. But other than that, you see an entirely smooth face that's only really given details by what appear to be jawbones.
But it's about the same height as the one that we encountered.
It's taller than the one that you encountered.
Taller than...
This one is
Okay, so the
8 foot,
smaller
one that
one...
you encountered was the smaller one at about 6 foot. And the one that you
Okay.
encountered initially that was smaller also had the ability to change their height.
Their
You
heights,
don't know what
yeah. So
to
we don't know what their
extent.
permanent height is, yeah.
But yeah.
The nice one's hurt. No.
Yes, the nice one that only broke your arms and didn't kill you. So, other than that, what you could also gather from the image before you handed it off was the creature that you ran into in the closet had normal-ish feet. It just had talons, essentially, on its toes. This one distinctly has only 3 toes. One that goes straight back, almost like a heel, and then 2 that prong out forward. And there are these large talons, raptor-like talons there. And you would have even drawn in some of the padding on the feet to make it look like where you could infer they possibly have like gecko-like feet.
Huh. Yeah, we'll try to remember that whole visual image that apparently was somewhere in my subconscious.
Hey. Powers are a beautiful thing, and so is the mind.
Yes.
So. Sandra, now that we are done discussing this, perhaps you could tell me a little about yourself. I am afraid that I have not had much time to discuss with you. You are, unfortunately, the newest member of our city, to my knowledge, and the newest member to this coterie.
Right. What would you like to know?
Modicum of things, honestly, but I know that much of the information that I desire, the adopted children of Bartholomew do not seem to be willing to give, so I won't pry in that direction. However, I would like to know, to be honest, is there a type of food you prefer?
She will describe various meals she's come across on her journey with Bartholomew to different kind of that she enjoyed, and also probably a couple that Rafik conjured up. Let's be honest.
Sure, absolutely.
And yourself?
Interesting. Well, I am. Unfortunately, I was not raised on a very diverse diet, so it is one of my passions of discovering exactly what all is out there.
Well, perhaps you should come to. Oh crap! I always want to say Spawn Princess. Fuck my life. What's it
We can
called?
still change the name. We own the place.
Painted Lady.
Painted Lady, there
Okay.
you go.
Perhaps you should come to the Painted Lady. They have some very delicious grub.
Perhaps I should. I always find it interesting to find out what each individual usually likes to eat or have eaten in their previous life. It tells me a lot about where they're from and what wonderful experiences they have had. Well, that was the first question out of the way. I'm sure it was a very hard one, but here comes the next one. This may be a bit forward, but might I have the pleasure of knowing what clan sired you?
That is. Give me 2 seconds, because I don't. Cassandra does not want to say Lysombra. Because Cassandra appreciates what Cecilia did, but they have a very obvious canon weakness. I'm sorry, I don't think Cassandra will go on with that lie because she's like, mirrors. I'm sorry. I appreciate the. There was an attempt. Cassandra's just going to be very still in the process of learning.
Then, like many of Bart's children, you were assumedly shovel-headed into the process. I apologize that your upbringing was as such. Well, while I only have a limited amount of time that I can spend enjoying the evening night and spending time with the two of you, I think I will be making my way towards the Painted Lady, interesting name, in the near future, to have a few discussions. Now, I had told Ajala in previous that you were up for a possible position, and I had not heard back as to whether or not that was agreeable to you, or if there is a change in heart.
Was
Keeper of
Cassandra
Elysium.
told?
Mm-hmm.
I recall, but I don't. Was Cassandra told
I
in
believe
character?
Ajala had said
Yeah.
in character, yeah.
Okay.
Magdalena's spot, basically. I believe it was a current spot.
No, I didn't know because there wasn't a mention of what would have needed to be done to get it or that. Like I remember
that
out of
wasn't, that
Okay.
wasn't said yet. That was to be discussed with you, I believe.
Okay. It's a very generous offer, yet I admit Keeper of Elysium holds no interest in me. Personally, I would much rather enjoy partaking in Elysium. And if I wanted to host my own parties, I would do so myself. I would prefer, I guess, a role more off-book.
Dangerously off-book, or diplomatically off-book?
Well, most diplomats tend to be on the dangerous side. Please elaborate.
I will see what I can do to find an appropriate position in that case.
And what would I need to do to earn it?
That will also be decided in the future. I will get back to you.
Oh,
Yes.
You see Ajala at the table still. He's ripped out another page and his hands are covered with ink.
Would you like me to ask you to draw something else?
I don't think I will be able to reproduce what I just did. And as you see the paper, it's just scrolls.
Yeah, it's absolutely horrible.
It's horrendous. It's not even...
Actually, dexterity craft, difficulty
Oh.
6. Let's see how stick figure-y it is.
Yeah,
Is it
good
straight
idea.
up just a
It's
finger painting, or what do we got going
dexterity
on?
craft. Dexterous doodles without the modifier this time, I'm gonna say.
Mhm.
Oh.
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 What was Ajala attempting to draw?
I tried to recreate the former drawing.
You've gotten it down pretty daggone close. There are some of the scars that you sort of faded from memory in the time between you giving the page over and recreating it that aren't there anymore. And you don't want to mess up what you've done so far in trying to recreate them. But it's a pretty decent job.
Never mind. I've never said anything. as I sort of have it dry.
Mm-hmm. Sort of doing that fan holding, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. Ezekiel would take a quick glance towards Ajala as he's doing that and say, "Ah." And the budding artist continues.
You're quite the muse.
This is one of the beauties of our powers. It makes us discover things about ourselves. Wouldn't you agree, Ajala?
I don't think I've done this before. Why am I capable of doing this?
Well,
He just has it dry.
perhaps in your former life you were an artiste. Although I do think your shading needs a little work, as he looks at your new drawing.
Mm. Yeah. Yeah, no, I guess. As I try to sort of stay out of their conversation again.
Mm-hmm. Either way. Oh, also, I should warn you, there's an individual who came by the Citadel not long after you left the other night. Just before sunrise. The only reason I know about it is because he had a brief conversation with the guards at the gate, asking if a Cassandra was here.
What did they look like? Did they give a name?
No name, unfortunately, but what I am told is that their most distinct feature was a scar from cheek to cheek.
The Joker.
Okay. Did they leave a way to contact them, or? Well, there's plenty of Cassandras in Jerusalem. What made you so certain it was asking for me?
You make a good point. There are quite a few Cassandras in Jerusalem, but it's not often that one seeks a Cassandra at the gates to the Citadel. So I only admit I assumed. And we shouldn't assume, because that simply makes an ass out of you.
Was there anything about their clothes? Did they not leave a way to contact them?
Unfortunately, no.
Well, happy to strike up a conversation with any such individual. Doesn't sound like they'd be too hard to spot from a crowd. They didn't say why?
The guards did not tell me any details beyond that. I apologize. But if you'd like to speak to the guards, well, they should be still at the gate if they're doing their job correctly.
I'll speak to them. Or at least advise them to be more thorough. She'll just kind of, she says that playfully, that you stress that, and she'll go to speak to these guards.
Okay. Meanwhile, back in the Tower of David. So the door slowly opens to reveal a candlelit interior. A woman with long auburn hair sits down at a writing desk, carefully looking over several pieces of parchment, an ink and quill next to her. And she simply continues to scribble as the door opens, paying no heed to the rush of cold wind that makes its way past you and into the interior. She's wearing a beautiful green dress and has an air of nobility. However, the details of her face elude you as she is not currently facing you.
Do I recognize anything of the style she's dressed in?
Definitely French. From the Bordeaux region.
How far away is she from me when I come in?
Maybe about 10 feet at the most.
No, okay. Good evening.
Her head kind of snaps up at your words. And she carefully puts the quill away, making sure not to put down any dashes of rogue ink here or there, before calmly scooting her chair back, standing, brushing herself off a little bit, and turning. And you see a face that you have only seen in your dreams. A face that was not really clear to you until this very moment.
Is she the Venetian woman?
No. It is
Okay.
your mother.
Mama. Ooh.
Cecilia is like having this confidence, and then it's happening. Her eyes probably widens. Mother?
Surprise.
I am confused.
I'm sure you are. Well, please, come in. Close the door behind you.
Of course. And she closes the door like she's following the command of her mother that she had done when she was a child. She like notes herself, and then she tries to calm herself, and she turns around and be like having more this calm, regal way to move. And she will move forward.
You look beautiful. A little different than last I saw you. I see that you've taken well to your powers and have adjusted yourself accordingly. Interesting that the Tzimisce blood would touch one as noble as you. Fitting, even.
Thank you for that pink compliment. You look as astounding as I remember you.
To a T, in fact, as you look over your mother.
Which makes me... Were you already a kindred then?
Darling, I was sired maybe 3 weeks after you left.
Who sired you?
An unfortunate little maggot of a man. The current sitting prince of Antioch. He has a rather long name. I just simply call him Artemis, but his real name is Pythagoras Artemis Anikotos Irianus. You are more than welcome to make me a wits politics roll.
A wits politics roll. I want to do that. The politics. Okay, wits, not intelligence.
Intelligence or wits. It's whichever's higher. I'll ignore that roll until you say otherwise.
Wound
Wound
penalty?
penalties, no.
Alright. So. Well, still one. Just a prettier one.
Yeah, just a prettier one. All right. Fantastic. With a pretty one, yeah, you've heard the name. Well, less heard, more read the name written down in a Turkish journal that you ran into in a library a long time ago with Serafino. But any details about the particular individual elude you at the moment.
I see. Is she like showing me to sit down, or what is?
She is currently just standing here. She's kind of got her hands are tightly clasped together. There is no bed or bench. There's only a single chair in this portion of the tower next to the writing desk.
Well, I am a bit lost for words. I am glad to see you, though. Just unexpected.
Admit it was a bit of a surprise when I heard that a Montfort was running around in Jerusalem who did not belong to the Knights of the Black Cross at Fort Montfort. So I took it upon myself to invite this mysterious Montfort running around Jerusalem who had earned a name for herself.
Well, I hope I didn't do anything wrong by calling my real name.
If anything, it's just made it easier for us to find one another again. Your father is unfortunately passed.
Oh. Did he also become one of us, or?
No, it saddens me to tell you, but he died of consumption.
I see. Well, things that can happen in our existence. If I'm not too bold, what clan are you, Mother?
I have the unique beauty of also being the same clan.
Oh, fitting.
She sort of just stares at you for a good minute, taking everything in. I'm being rude. Would you like to walk?
Yes, that would be lovely. She says, like, automatically out of courtesy, more than actually referring to if she wants to walk or not.
Mm-hmm. She sort of just motions for the door and waits for you to open it.
Yeah. And she opens it, steps out, and holds open the door.
The two of you walk out into the night air, and as soon as your mother leaves the Tower of David, you watch as the pack of dogs all stand in unison and begin to walk with her.
You have a lovely kennel.
You don't recognize them. And she goes over them and waves her hand over them and says, "Well, you were very young, but these are our lovely pets from home."
She tries to look at them as if she can remember anything.
Sure, make me a... Let's see here. Wits investigation.
This adventure has taken such a strange turn.
Mm-hmm.
No wound penalties?
No wound penalties.
Oh, 3 successes or
3
3 dice.
successes, slowly but surely. I mean, they've aged a little bit, but not a whole lot. Maybe a good year and a half has progressed their aging for each of them. So some of them are a little bit bigger, some of them a little bit more muscular, some of them a little bit fatter than they were before. But there is a familiarity there, as sort of the lingering thoughts of the dreams that you've had in the past, sort of almost like revealing something from behind a curtain. You remember them in a corner here, or standing at the docks nearby there. And they sort of just fade into your memory.
Do you remember any one of them's name? Yeah, I do recognize them. Well, they look a little older, but not as old as they should be, I guess.
By the way, that's not what's important. What is important is that we have a bit of a lupine issue in the city. One that needs to be handled. And
there's a lot of them in here.
There are. From what information I've been able to gather, it was your coterie that in fact discovered the vast majority of that number.
Yes, we had some run-ins in them when they were just coming into town, and we traded some blows. And I know that Canis also has run into some of them.
Canis, I have not had the pleasure of running into.
It's
this
a
dog
gangrel.
woman.
Yes, she prefers to be in her, well, canine form.
Interesting.
She is good at fighting them, at least, but they seem to have territorial issues. She, I guess, feels that they are, well, peeing on her turf.
Marking territory that is hers, yes, as they like to do. And she sort of makes her way over to one of the benches in the garden, sits down on it, and begins to give a few scritches to a couple of the dogs that accompany her as they gather around her. And she sort of pats the bench next to her.
Yeah, sit down. Also, best start petting one of the dog unless it bites me.
It does not bite you. It is good to see you. How did the ritual take? Are you of complete memory, or has most of it gone from you?
I have had some issues remembering.
Understandable. They did warn me that that was a possibility, although 35 years of a possibility I was not aware of.
Yes, it's been a strange time, but I get more and more memories. I remember a lot more now than I did just a year ago. So I think it's all coming back.
How was your boat ride? I hope it wasn't too much of an issue. At least the last I heard, you and 2 other odd individuals were packed away and sent out this way.
I don't remember so much about the boat ride, more than, well, it was a fairly nice boat.
Interesting. And, oh, I forget his name. There was an individual that was to take you in as your teacher, some Canite. It's not from here, but you were supposed to meet him at the Slaughtered Ox, I believe, which is a tavern somewhere around here.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't remember his name. No. It started with a C. You met him, correct?
I will just look in my notes if I have anyone with a C in here.
You don't. I can tell you right now you don't. If you'll remember, DM to player to give a refresher. You don't remember that boat,
Yeah.
because you
It's
were
just seems
buried.
like, yeah. But I I might have there is still some issues with the memory, so
Hmm.
I had to teach myself a lot. I know.
Interesting.
Maybe there was some complication or something.
I
Maybe
apologize. I didn't mean for there to be any complications. I wanted this to be as easy as a process as possible. That's why we paid so much money.
we don't have to focus so much of it. At least I'm here.
This is
So
true. You're here. You're safe. You're alive, as I understand it. Unfortunately, I can't say the same about myself.
what do you mean?
Well, you retain life, and yet I am a simple Cainite. I was not graced with the cup, as you are.
And she like breathes out a bit. So you know about all this?
Indeed, yes. We hired Master Theano to perform the ritual, and it cost a pretty penny, but
And she like takes a breath, like maybe she's doing something wrong. Well, someone took a lot of your money and buried me in the desert because I woke up in a chest underground, chained.
chained.
Not pleasant. I think, yeah, we were chained. Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. Yes, in the
Weird
chest.
chains, even.
Yeah, okay. I will not be emotional. I've been through some stress recently, but yeah, it was not a pleasant way to come to this this existence.
Hmm.
How many knows about this? I thought this was a well-guarded secret somehow.
The way I understand it, only the parents who give upon their children to Theano, but I'm confused. I apologize. When we found out that you were dying, and we heard rumor of this individual who had the ability to save you, we saved up for years to make sure that you would be well taken care of, and that this disease would be ridded from you, and that you would be changed, but still yourself. I was told that you had been taken to Sicily, where you should have been loaded onto some ships and brought here to Jerusalem. This was the newest sanctuary that they were beginning to set up. The ones in Saxony and in Rus were too full with others.
I I think that almost you know more than me about whatever this is. Like I didn't meet anyone with the name C that explained these things to me. Like I woke up in a chest, buried in the sands, far away, well, a bit away from here.
Cecilia, darling, how long have you been awake? You were only supposed to be out for 2 months.
I was under there for 39 years. And she's
Isn't it?
like almost, you can see it, she tried to hold in tears. I just
Sorry.
remember darkness.
I'm 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 s- I'm I'm so sorry. I did not. I I never meant for you to experience that at all. We just wanted you to be alive and rid of that damn disease, and I spent
Well,
years looking for you.
well,
After I was released, I was held by my sire for 3 years. And after that I spent another 8 scouring all over the Levant looking for you. I figured that perhaps you had moved to Europe, so I had begun to scour various different areas there, and that went on for another 6.
she hugs her. Cecilia hugs her. And then
You feel cold, bloody tears running down your backside.
I don't blame you. I blame whoever lied to you about this. I'm filled with emotion. I didn't even know you were still alive. I thought everyone I knew was already dead from the years. So it's a
Unfortunately.
blessing that you're here. Do not see it as something you did wrong. I'm just happy you're here.
Kind of releases you from the hug, and most people from then have passed. Yeah.
Well,
I don't know what to say. I'm sorry. What's important is we are together now, though.
that's important. Yeah, yes. I need to just focus on something else. Are you a scourge now?
Yes.
And when did Scourge start hunting lupines?
It's not something that we are normally assigned to, however, and she kind of just dries her face up a bit. You can watch as blood smears over her face, because wiping blood is not a clean job whatsoever.
You get to see that also blood everywhere.
You have
Do I
real tears.
normal tears? Even during the night?
Yes.
Okay, then she's really important to remove them, because she doesn't want any other one to see.
Either way, she says, after a good long time searching for you, I accrued some boons that I had to pay off. And it wasn't easy, and it took a lot of work, and a lot of it involved things I don't think I want to ever think about again. But I was efficient. So I was made Scourge in Constantinople. And I have been a Scourge for the last 3 years. Normally, I am assigned to find, investigate, and judge, and if necessary, kill our own kind, yes. But there was a lupine threat to Constantinople a year ago. 6 of them had made their way into the city and were causing a ruckus. One night I managed to run into a couple of them in a wounded state. I don't know how they ended up wounded. But luckily, with the help of some silver weapons and an extreme dash of luck, I managed to kill 2 of them. Ever since then, I've been sent out to hunt strays from the packs. And most recently, I received a letter from the new Prince of Jerusalem, Ezekiel, simply asking for a scourge with experience dealing with the lupine to arrive and help him thin the herd. I didn't know I was going to run into you when I came back. I didn't know where you were.
I understand. It's well, there is many lupine clans or whatever they call themselves, pack running around here, and I have actually slain one of them. Not alone, but my coterie, we killed one.
Sorry that you had to experience that, but at the same time, I must admit I am very proud.
We didn't even have silver weapons at the time, so it was a very also strike of luck, I guess. We have fixed that issue now.
Good.
But we also have strangely made like a truce between one of the packs that are stationary in our neighborhood, keeping other lupines away as well, so we don't have issues in our domain at the moment.
That is extremely rare from what I can tell. I've only managed to have a conversation with one in my time, in my very short time.
I was also surprised. The leader of that pack seems different. It started with us fighting, actually. Well, he let his, as he said, his cubs fight to train. And as we didn't fall, I guess fought them off, he decided that a truce would be more beneficial and offered it. I thought it first be a trap, but it was like in a local tavern, the deal was going to be made, so we winged it, and it seems to have been working fine since then. Even though one of the packs are hunting for the ones who killed their member, and they might know it's us, I don't know for sure.
Let's not think about that now. For now, how about we... Do you still like wine?
Oh, I love wine. So, yes.
Good, fantastic. And perhaps we should go get a drink. And we can talk.
You haven't told anyone about me, right?
No. Not a damn soul.
There are a few in town that knows, and I can point it out to you.
I would love to have that information. I have been extremely careful about what I say around any of our kind whatsoever.
There is also something, and I will let one of my coterie look over your souls with their vision at some point, because there is a threat in town that is extremely dangerous. There is a demon running around taking faces of people we know, being very good at pretending, maybe even able to pretend to be my long lost mother, if you understand what I mean. So
I do understand what you mean. I can... How to prove that I am who I am.
You have the kennel with you. I doubt it would be able to copy that.
That I imagine would be difficult.
Yes. I more want to tell you that don't trust any kindreds you meet, because it takes forms of kindreds. Canine.
Interesting.
And it's very strong. I would say that the most dangerous encounter after fighting the lupines, I did fight the demon as well. And that was the most dangerous fight I've had. It didn't go that well, but I survived.
Well,
Okay, wine.
Wine.
Yes.
and she stands, dusts herself off. And we are going to take a short break, and then we will come back with the reunion of the party, as well as an additional new individual. All right. So, thank you all so much for watching. We'll be right back. See you soon.
See you soon.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Children of the Cup. So, we bring ourselves back in with Cecilia, her mother, making their way out of the gardens and into the courtyard. At which time, Cecilia, you would notice as Cassandra and Ajala come into view next to Ezekiel, your mother's stance shifts. Make me a perception expression.
Still not empathy?
Expression.
Oh, damn, no wound penalties, right?
No wound
Or was
penalties.
it?
Take those
I'll try
away.
again.
Bad Cecilia.
Still 0.
Oh, you don't recognize the glance that she throws towards Cassandra, but you do notice that there is a sort of glance that she throws towards Cassandra.
I take a more her stance change if that's something else. I would take a more regal, a more this calm appearance walking. The normal, the new Cecilia appearance, which is this calm in taking it slowly.
Ezekiel notices the two of you immediately and gives a nod and begins to leave. But go ahead.
And nod back, and then I just say in a low voice to my mother, those two there next to Ezekiel is part of my coterie.
Interesting. And your mother tracks Ezekiel until he is out of earshot. And then her glare comes back to Cassandra. She makes her way over to Cassandra and says, well, if it isn't Cassandra Sappho Theanotoko, blood thrall to the Prince of Antioch.
Cassandra raises a brow because nobody in even her coterie knows her full name. She has not even her BFF. Only fucking Bart knows her full name as far as she's concerned. And for my notes, quickly blood thrall to the what?
To the Prince of Antioch.
Please type the name as well. I want to have
you see Ajala in the background who was about to show his drawing to Cecilia like a proud kid, and then suddenly sort of back away.
Oh, never mind.
And okay, our character Antioch. I've heard that before. Where have I heard that before? I know. I probably spelled it wrong again because Control F is failing
Antioch
me,
is
but
one of the major cities of the Levant. You didn't go into Antioch, but you passed by Antioch on your way to Jerusalem.
She just tilts her head, looks visibly confused for a moment, and as if just kind of smiles. Greetings to you too. We've met?
Yes. Well, we have met in the past, yes, but perhaps, and she motions to Cecilia. Cecilia, would you like to introduce me?
Do my character remember her mother's name?
Intelligence, investigation, difficulty 5.
Okay.
If
Intelligence,
that says 0, that would be... Oof.
Difficulty 5.
Is Cecilia's mum my fucking enemy? Dreams. Dreams! For fuck's sake!
With a 1, you remember her first name is Sophia.
Alright, then I would say, oh, hey, well, you already know Cassandra, and this is Sophia of Montfort.
Pleasure to meet you all again.
Again?
Well, not you, you're new. Your name?
This is Ajala.
Ajala... what?
Simply
Good
Ajala.
question, just Ajala.
Oh, I highly doubt that. But, Ajala, if that is what you would like to be called, and not by your full noble name, whatever it may be that you're hiding, it's a pleasure to meet you.
Likewise, you two are.
Striking resemblance. The hair is different. Sophia is maybe an inch shorter than Cecilia. Very slim figure, but well-rounded. She has curves. Wearing a beautiful French green dress. And followed by a trail of a pack of 6 dogs.
Then she looks over toward her mother. Do you want it to be a secret?
No, I think it's something
As in-
that should be known.
Your
is
siblings are.
To my mother.
Oh,
Cassandra
hi,
would curtsy.
Cecilia's mother.
She is also the scourge that is looking for lupines in the town. Just
Ah.
in the herd.
You know, your face does strike me as familiar, Ajala. I do remember a certain someone going on a ship with my daughter.
Does that mean anything to me?
No.
I look at Cecilia like sort of confused and back at her mum.
I like. I would say it a little lower, so maybe only. Adjala hears everything because that's what he does. And then he is one that wake up with me in the chest in the desert.
Yes, that would figure. And was Cassandra also with you?
No, she is a recent arrival, but similar. But I don't know her as good as Adjala. She's
I
whispering
made
it
the
to her
drawing.
mother.
Fascinating.
Jill sort of, I made a drawing.
Did you paint that?
I didn't remember that I could do this, but apparently I can. And, well, I had a bit of help of
Have you been
Ezekiel, and I'll
telling me
hand
that-
it to her.
Have you been telling me that you have been sitting by me drawing medical drawings, and you also could draw this well, and you didn't say anything?
I never knew.
Should have. I guess I should have forced you to use the pen more than the sword in your training.
Maybe, I don't know. Anyway, well, look at the mark. No
Do
points.
I recognize the mark?
Go ahead and same roll. Difficulty 6.
Was that
Intelligence
occult?
investigation.
Intelligence
At first.
investigation.
And then
Difficult.
if you get 3 successes, intelligence occult. So you do
Nice,
recognize
exactly.
it as the mark from the back of the book. Now go ahead and give me the occult.
Oh, sorry. Wound penalties or not?
No. These are all mental things, so I'm not going to punish.
Still one. It doesn't matter if I roll with wound penalties or not. I always get the same.
Yeah. All right. With a 1, yeah, you recognize it from the book. You recognize that the book had to deal with demons. That's about it.
Interesting. Well, I guess this confirms it. There is more than one kind of demon in town. She gives back the paper to Adjala.
Roll it up and
Then
take
she's
it
about to
for
do
my
it.
armor.
She stops, and then she gives it to her mother, and like, we met these things. Well, we saw these things today.
She kind of takes the paper and looks over it. Let me do her own roll for occult. Ooh, she's sitting at a grand total of 6. She does not have a specialty that will cover this, unfortunately, so that's only 4 successes.
Only.
Well, interesting enough, it's definitely demon, and this brand here appears to be some form of marking involving demons, but I'm not familiar with the marking itself. Looking at this creature, I do remember reading something about demons who were particularly very good at taking the forms of whatever they desired, and from what you described earlier, Cecilia, I assume this is one of them?
Well, we don't know how connected they are, but we saw two of these. One tall and one small. And I think the small one got beat down to a pulp, but survived.
Fascinating.
You wouldn't happen to be referring to Lamasu?
Yes, I
pilot.
believe that is their name. Fascinating. You're rather learned for someone so brutishly beautiful.
Yeah. I just look questioningly at Cecilia. I'm not sure how to respond to this.
Cecilia is actually confused, but she tries to give a flat face. She just tries to give 0 back, but internally she's like, I don't even know how to react to this.
Jala doesn't either. He's like, help?
No help is to be found.
Not help here.
Well, we've been looking into them, and that's sort of what we came up with, as in the most likely.
Wouldn't figure one such as you would look into a book. Well, either way, wine was promised, and it was to be the subject of our little walk, so I suggest we continue our conversations outside of the prying ears of those not in the know.
Yes.
She-Meg, it's at this time that you're returning from the manor after dropping off the heart. I'm sorry.
No, it's fine.
Is she returning now to this place, or?
Did you guys set up a place that you wanted to rendezvous, or would it just be if you see us land?
If we haven't set a place, then it's probably going to be the Painted Lady, or if she sees us.
I mean, I would probably do a sweep after you first, since it's kind of quickly done in there.
Yeah, we are standing open in the courtyard, so maybe.
So we would be visible, yeah.
I will mark out 2 blood before I forget it as well.
So go ahead and give me perception awareness, or alertness, sorry. She-Meg, to see if you spot them in the courtyard. As there is a hustle and bustle of individuals moving around. No longer is that group of individuals shimmy shaking into their armor. They've long gone. However, there's still a small patrol of guards making their way through the courtyard, and some of them sitting by the fires, far enough away so that they're out of earshot, but taking their night at a lazily pace.
Any modifier for bird view?
For the bird view, I'll give you a +2. A lot of 4 successes tonight.
Yeah,
all right.
apparently.
So tonight the magic number is 4. So you would spot the 3 of them in the courtyard. Rafik not too far away, sort of talking to Batu, leaned over and looking like he's stolen a few scraps of food from the stew pot that was near the fire, and is carefully giving them to Batu when no one's looking. And an individual you don't recognize that has a striking resemblance to Cecilia, talking amongst the group.
It's not... I mean, it's sort of common to have, like, hunting birds, right?
Oh, absolutely.
That's a thing.
It is one of the major sports of the nobility.
All right, then I will fly in and do my usual landing on Cecilia's shoulder.
Okay, fantastic.
Oh, my camera.
And well, I see the bird coming in. Oh, what a coincidence! And she turn just to make it easier for her to land.
Absolutely, and you feel the familiar thud and sudden grasping of the talons of She-Meg as she latches herself on, but not so that it would cause any damage to your dress or your precious skin. It's just she needs something to grab onto.
Yeah.
Oh, she would probably do a little bit of pain.
Okay. She gives
Thank
you.
I mean,
Tiny
she
bit.
does give
Oh
you a bit
no.
of
you know,
Oh
Celia.
no.
Cecilia is very thankful. And then this is actually the last member of our coterie that is awake. We have one that is not so
Out of
awake.
commission.
Interesting. I take it this
The-
individual is also learned.
Yes,
Kind of.
Fantastic.
they all know.
Well, then walk and talk, shall we, as she begins to make her way down the courtyard towards the main gate. Quickly snaps her fingers a few times, and you hear the clinking of the chains within the gatehouse as the gate itself is lifted up.
You like-
As we're walking, and then behind Cecilia, I whisper to the bird, "That's Cecilia's mum."
And Cecilia will say to her mom, do you like strong wine that is maybe not so refined, or do you want refined, nice wine?
Well, you know me, darling. Well, perhaps it's one of the memories that fades. I apologize. Very sweet, very strong is what I prefer.
Would the slaughtered ox have that, or is the painted lady better for that?
The Painted Lady is better for sweeter wines. The Slaughtered Ox is better for dry wines, but of course the Slaughtered Ox is the only one that has the rice wine.
Ah, right. But then she probably don't want rice wine. That's not something that is common.
Yeah, that's a completely different taste profile.
Yeah.
Let me just tell you now.
I would suggest that you go to the Painted Lady then. They have very sweet wine.
Interesting. I've heard the name of this establishment several times and mentioned to the Montfort that was in town.
I stayed there a lot in the beginning. I
Hmm.
don't think I will be staying so often there now, though. There is a
As you
bit
enter
too
into
much
the busy
profile.
streets of Jerusalem, making your way onto the Jaffa main thoroughfare. Well, I admit it's quite interesting. Of a city that you have going for you all. So, Cassandra, as she's walking along, she kind of drops back to match the exact pace of Cassandra as well. It's good to see you again.
Do forgive me, but
You are
I have-
unaware of our previous meetings or what they may have involved after your imbibing of the cup, I take it.
she nods and just look to Cecilia, since Cecilia did not make it clear about the cup being named to her mum, so she just kind of give a look and then just looks back to the mum and just
She may kind of
correct.
digs in her claws a bit more in Cecilia's shoulder at that.
I am very
Cecilia-
well aware of the effects of the cup. After all, I am the one who willingly put my own daughter through it. So I apologize that you are lost with your memories.
How long ago since we met?
Since you and I met, 3 years. I do say that we had a very friendly, very unique relationship. You were one of my few actual friends within that area. It
I'm
was
doing
actually
my
you-
concentrating thing.
Yes, absolutely. No, you have not had a nosebleed yet. It was actually-
surprising because of the glares. Okay.
You who introduced me to a number of individuals within the court of Constantinople. So that I greatly appreciate. One might even say that even though I could definitely get away with it, I perhaps do owe you a few boons.
Oh my.
Cassandra doesn't know what to say. That's just.
Tell me,
just
has your little friend managed to find you yet? I know that when we last spoke and I informed you of Theano and taking of the cup and what it might do to you that you decided to make preparations before you sought out Theano, but I don't know how far you got in those preparations. After all, if I do remember correctly, you had a few nights where you had to fight very hard to get rid of the manipulations of the blood bond.
Is that why I sought after this Theano?
Ah. Oh, I see. You sought after Theano to get away from a very dangerous man. Let's put it that way. So then I take it that poor little Gregory, the stable boy, hasn't caught up with you. Unfortunate. He was cute despite the scar.
Well, have we gone past the guards? Because I could question them.
Yeah, if you wanted to take time and stop and talk to the guards, absolutely.
So, Jules don't say, well, apparently someone with scars from cheek to cheek?
That does sound like poor little Gregory.
Why poor little Gregory, apart from the scars? Why would he search for me so?
Oh, you don't remember. You had him wrapped around your little pinky finger, young lady. In more ways than one.
I didn't have a single memory.
See. Well, he was supposed to deliver you the first message of slowly revealing your past. I believe the way that you had worded it to me, at least, is that you were going to warn yourself that you couldn't stop yourself from looking into your past, but that you could at least warn you about your type and to avoid them in the future.
I am glad I planned ahead. If you excuse me, I think I might speak to these guards who had a run-in with this Gregory.
Oh. Very well.
And thank you. I know
DeMarco,
we were...
speak to this woman and tell her everything you know. And you watch as one of the guards sort of just looks at your group and then looks at her, looks at you, Cassandra, and stands at attention and makes his way over to you. What is it that you need to know?
The young man who asked for Cassandra, the man with scars from cheek to cheek.
Yes, there was an individual like that who came by. Is there
What
something
else did he say?
particular?
Yes.
Simply that he was searching for a... Excuse me, sorry. Just finished eating not too long ago. A woman by the name of Cassandra Toko, and he had a letter for her, and he was wondering if she was staying at the Citadel or if we had heard of such a woman. Now that I think about it, you kind of fit the description that he gave us.
Did he mention where he could be found? Should you have information to
He
give?
was going towards a place called the Painted Lady next.
Why do we always miss these people? Thank you. Thank you very much for your time.
Sure thing.
Well, it happens a lot these nights. Hard to believe you've only been here for a month.
Not even.
And you even just a week.
It's only been a month. Feels so much longer.
Actually, like Cassandra said, it's not even actually, but I say a month to make it feel slightly better.
It's hardly a month, yeah. As in,
Hardly a month and
Cassandra,
already
close
things
to-
have been going awry, I take it. Especially with recently there was a battle not too far from here.
That is true. We won that battle kind of decisively.
yes, we did.
Interesting.
Were you actually in charge of commanding the army, our coterie?
Wry smile crawls across her face. Well, well, well.
She basks a little in it. Like she looks proud.
So I take it, Ajala, you are also afflicted with no memory,
Quite so. As in,
Unfortunately, the only hints that I can give you is what I overheard when I gave my daughter towards Theano. You are Nubian. You are a prince. That's about it.
come again.
Prince.
I said what I
Explains his
said.
Training.
It's why I asked for your full name.
Don't let Ezekiel hear that. He won't like that idea one bit.
Oh, no, sweetheart. You're not a prince of our persuasion. You're a prince of
No.
the mortal persuasion.
I figured not. I'd try to make it into some sort of a humor. Like, are you
She
serious?
like whispers, he tries.
He does, apparently. I have no reason to lie.
I look at Cassandra at that point. She gives a thumbs up. Okay, so apparently I was a prince. That doesn't seem to make any sense to me, but yeah, I don't remember shit, so possible? Yeah. Wow, I need some drink now as well.
Is there was a little girl who looked a little like you that was at the dockside.
The moment she says that, my face sort of snaps up in her direction, like I recognize something of that.
I apologize. I don't know who she was, but don't worry. Last I saw her, totally mortal, and headed on her way back to your homeland.
I could be mistaken, but I probably feel relief at that. Okay, yeah, that is good to hear for some reason.
So when did the bird drink from the cup?
Sorry.
She-Meg has
How
the
does
power
that
to
work?
transform.
Oh, I apologize. My dearest apologies to you, dear She-Meg, you said?
Yes, she's
I
a She-Meg.
just assumed that you were in your natural form.
Well, if you meet another one of our close friends, you might assume... Well, might consider that assumption not so strange.
That is King's, I mean.
Yes, yes. I've heard words and stories of a dog woman known as Canis.
She's not one of us, but she knows.
Interesting. It's about at this time that you guys arrive outside the Painted Lady.
Just go in and I shouted, again I have to search
Fatma?
for his name, for fuck's sake. Fatma? Fatma!
Yes!
Bring out your best wine.
Best wine, very well. There's a bit of commotion that goes on behind the bar, and then eventually over to your usual table. Close to the bar, but not in direct earshot of anyone who would be sitting at the bar. He brings out a wine bottle and a couple of cups. Actually, he brings out 3 wine bottles because the cups are like this sized, so they can fit an entire bottle of wine in one.
It's going to be needed.
Yeah.
I'm gonna jump over to Rafiq's shoulder and activate the animalism and squawk at him to bring me upstairs to the
Okay.
room so I can step out of this form.
Very well.
Bringing
Rafik will gladly,
Hey, servant!
he'll gladly take you upstairs. Just that imagery.
Looking straight in the eyes and then... Oh, wow, sorry.
Sorry.
I will ask Fatma if he's seen Kat come in.
Yes, she's upstairs.
Okay. If you would excuse me for just a minute.
Of
And I
course.
also
And she will
hurry
sit down.
upstairs.
Excuse me. So, Cecilia, you, your mother, and I'm assuming Cassandra all sit down at the table.
Yeah.
Well.
Royce will look around for that. Was it George or Gregory? Sorry, I'm really bad at
Gregory.
writing down names. Gregory, okay, thank you.
Go ahead and make me perception alertness difficulty 4.
Give me 2 seconds. She says.
Now she's going to yell at me for not having any alertness.
I actually have. I spent 1.
She has.
I've got 1 alertness. I have
4, the lucky number of the night.
It really is the knight's number.
The Mighty Nine may have 9, but we have a lockdown on the number 4.
We're the Mighty Four.
All right. Looking around the room, you do spot an individual cloaked, sort of looking a bit haggard and tired from what looks like a long day's travel, carefully sipping away at a mug of probably ale, relaxed and sat back in a chair, sort of not looking over the room, but sort of like staring at the wall, sort of nonchalantly and leaning against it heavily. And there's just the distinct tell of an individual who has a scar across one cheek, at least, that you can clearly see underneath their cloak.
Sophia, you don't happen to remember what his favorite drink is?
Ooh, Gregory? Oh, I apologize, dear. I never got a chance to... Well, we never went out on a night on the town with Gregory. I assumed that he was just the old hard stiffy in a barn. Sorry.
Oh my.
She'll just kind of... Oh, this is too presumptuous. Fuck it. She'll kind of stand up, pat Sophia's shoulder, like, I will look forward to having drinks if you may excuse me. And she'll head to Gregory.
You head on over to Gregory's table. And as you begin to approach, sort of just that motion out of the corner of his eye catches his attention as he sort of sits up straight and begins looking in your direction. And he blinks for a few seconds as he sees you. And what you see is an individual probably in their late 20s, sort of a very scruffy 5 o'clock shadow. That scar, like it's a very thin, a very well healed over, but still visible scar that runs right through the middle of his cheeks from side to side. A bit of a scar and slightly offset nose from what looks like someone who probably at a young age got kicked in the face by a horse, but luckily dodged the vast majority of the hit, so they were only left with a slight scar and a broken nose. Relatively, actually kind of attractive. He's sitting at around, if I were to put it numbers-wise, appearance 4. Very beautiful, long, flowing, dark hair that is sort of wrapped up in a bit of a man bun in the back of his cloak.
Appearance 1 for a man bun, I'm sorry.
They were more acceptable in the time period, thank you very much.
Hey, that can be really sexy, okay?
No, sorry.
And, oh god, he was totally distracted me with that. So, also, he has piercing blue eyes, bluish grayish, I should say. And his left eye is, the pupil in his left eye is more serpent-like than human-like.
Okay. She'll take a sit next to him.
Cassandra, it's good to see you. I apologize, I've been looking all over for you. And I would actually like Cassandra to come with me to the one-on-one room as we have this discussion.
Oh,
So,
so secret.
ladies and gentlemen, we will be right back as I go ahead and get this set up. See you soon. Three. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back. All right. So, two of you sit across from each other at this table as a smile crawls across his face. It's good to see you. The letter, right. He quickly goes into his bag and fishes out a letter. That's the envelope that it's in is sealed. Go ahead and give me a wits politics. See if you recognize it.
Okay, and when he hands her the letter, Cassandra will actually sit next to him, not just across from him. It was politics, you said, yeah?
Yeah, wits politics.
Where are you? Why are you always... I always forget it's split stupidly. And okay, I'm gonna do willpower. I don't
Okay.
that yeah.
I'll add 1 to the success, so 4 successes. Again, the magic number. So, as you look at it, you would quickly recognize that this is a noble sigil, not of a mortal noble sigil. It is actually the official sigil of the Principality of Antioch. Which, to your knowledge, is one of the major cities of the Levant. It's an extremely large trading hub for the Christians. Second only to Acre.
Okay.
But it's very clear that the letter has, definitely seen some time in this individual's hands. There's like signs that at one point it looks like it got wet, and then carefully he dried it off several times. It's seen some travel, but it doesn't look rough. It still looks like it's in good condition. I have been doing my best to hold on to that until you woke. You took a little longer than you said. You said you'd only be gone for like 4 months, and you were gone for like 6, but that's okay.
She'll place her hand on his as she takes it. Thank you. I'm so sorry to keep you waiting.
Well, it's really.
You took good care of it.
Yeah, of course. You were my only real friend out there, so. Hey, what are friends for?
I'm sorry, this must be hard for you.
No. I mean, lot's happened, sure. But with what you did for me, you got me all that money, and you made sure my mom was okay, and you made sure that we had the money to bury my father. So, I'm more than willing to pay it back. And I would like you to go ahead and write down on your sheet, out of character, that you have a retainer.
Okay. Cassandra, just how's your mom doing?
She's doing well. She still has, I don't know what they call it, and he will say the word equivalent to what they would know about dementia in this time period. She still, sees things that aren't there, and she still has conversations with, my dad, even though he's passed. But overall, she still takes care of herself well. And, she still takes care of the horses well. And she's been doing good. She's been doing good. It was a huge help with the money that you brought in. We got most of the house repaired after the fire. Oh God, you don't remember most of this. That's right. How do I explain all this? So right, I should probably explain who I am and how we met and things like that. You know me as Gregory. Full name's Gregory Martius. Oh boy, where to start? We met like 4 years ago. You were the diplomatic attaché to a noble from the Byzantine Empire. I don't have all the details of what you were doing, but from what I remember and what I can gather is you were extremely good with numbers. I mean, scary good with numbers. You managed all of this guy's books, and you made a name for yourself. So much so that there were merchants lining up practically every night that you were, in your quarters at the Citadel, constantly asking for advice, constantly having them look over your books. I mean, you were amazing, and there I was, a humble stable boy for the guard's stables, and running that whole affair. Oh shit. Sorry, it's a little exciting and also nerve-wracking to try and explain everything that you know about a person without being able to fill in all the gaps. Do you get what I mean?
I do.
I'm sorry if I'm doing a bad job here. Either way, at first you didn't, really notice me. But you had a problem with the horse that you brought, Chelsea. That was the name of your horse, a thoroughbred that you had gotten as a gift from an Italian merchant, and it had been injured. So you'd come into the stables and you sought out some advice from the stable master, who wasn't me at the time. And he referred you to me, so of course, that's how we sort of met, really. You were very kind, and you paid me way more than you should have for, taking care of the horse and mending its leg, and you were very sweet. And we had a couple pleasant conversations. And we kind of, me being a stable boy, we kind of separated for a little bit after that. I mean, we had our pleasant conversations, and, we enjoyed being each other's company when we were, but you were a diplomat's attaché. I mean, you had important things to do. You talked to all sorts of nobles, and I was just me. So we didn't really see each other for maybe a good 3 or 4 weeks, all a month pretty much. And eventually you were invited to a hunting party with Yaquez something French. I don't remember how to say it. I'm sorry. Uh, he was a bit of a prick, but a noble who paid well and ran a very important trade through your hometown. Your hometown, shit. Oh, I didn't even tell you your hometown. You're from Sparta, by the way. So that's yeah. You were born in the city. You're 23. More important details. Your father is a noble in Sparta. He's actually currently the governor of Sparta, or at least last I was, in that area, he was the governor of Sparta. I don't know if he still is. It's been a while. What else to tell you? Your family owns a vast number of farms and also horse ranches. So that's why you were so easily able to talk to me when you brought her in. And I'm doing really badly, aren't I? I'm so sorry.
No, no.
There's a lot.
Nice doing and quite charming, honestly.
Thank you. Oh boy, so much to tell you. But ooh. You said not to tell you everything though, so maybe I should stop there.
Maybe you should enjoy your drink for a second. I should have a peruse of this letter, and
yes,
we can continue.
And he kind of just grabs his drink and he
catch your breath.
spends more time looking at you excitedly than drinking, but he does drink. So as you open up the letter, you recognize immediately a familiar handwriting. It is your own, and it says it's not a very long letter. It's a very short letter, but what it does say is it says, "Dear Cass, oh, what to tell you. No doubt you awoke confused about who you were and what life was like before the changes you're now experiencing. To be honest, I can't tell you not to pursue your past. I know us too well to think that you won't at least try. I suppose the real question you have is why you had to do this in the first place. And the only true answer is we have a type. It isn't dashing fairy tale prince or some innocent farm boy either. No, my darling, we are attracted to dangerously powerful people. It's funny, really, because the dangerously powerful seem to also be highly attracted to us. That could just because of be just because of our blood, but I suspect it's something else entirely. Speaking of our blood, you should be warned. Our father did us a wonderful disservice of passing down a certain ancestry. I'll be honest, I don't entirely understand it, but we are what they call a fae. As much as I'd like to spend time going into what that means, I can't. Instead, this letter is simply a warning for you. Stay away from Antioch. A dangerous enemy lies there by the name of Pythagoras Artemis Aniktos Arianis, the Prince of Antioch.
Please send me that.
Yes, I will absolutely send that to you, because that is a long-ass, complicated name. All right, hold on 1 second. I'm going to send this to you in a personal message on Discord. Ah, wrong person. Hold on. Delete. Delete. There we go. All right. Woo. All right. sorry. The letter continues a little bit. It says, "Well, that's all the time I really have to write this letter. I wish I could write more. But one must attend to their duties to the last to keep up appearances. What I will say is, good luck, and thankfully we're no longer a blood thrall." And then it's signed, Love Cass, XOXOXO.
Sandra internally screaming because she does have a fucking type, don't she? Fuck me. Okay. She folds it. She nods. Thank you.
No problem. No problem at all. You know, I'll be honest, when you initially, told me to help you with this and you gave me the money, you said to just go back home after I delivered the letter, but I'll be honest, I kind of don't want to. Would you mind if I stuck around?
You sure you really want to? What about your mum? What about everything you left behind?
I had already thought of that. I got in contact with a few cousins of ours, and they agreed to help out with the business and everything while I was gone. So that's sort of taken care of for now. Sure, I'll have to go back and, make more permanent arrangements, but I can at least spend maybe a week. And like I said, even though you told me not to tell you anything more than what I've already told you, you also made it clear that you knew you too well and that you'd be too damn curious and that could lead to dangers. I'm not entirely sure of all those dangers, but I figure what better person to have to give you some insight? Instead of just, poking your nose in dark holes and wondering what's there.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I have so many questions. I'm eager to get to know you again. Do you have a place to stay?
Oh, there is a manor just outside of town. I'll be honest, I don't remember what it was called, but I talked to some of the guards there, and they offered me a room and board. They said for at least a couple of nights, as long as I worked on the stable.
Sure, describe Bart's manor and ask him if that's there.
Yeah, that sounds familiar. You know the place?
If you let the owner be aware that you're a friend, you can tell him my full name. He knows.
Okay. Oh, interesting. Okay. Yeah, I've been pretty close knit with that. I've only said your first name, and your exact last name. I've never said the full thing to anybody.
No.
So.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Well, then thank you for that.
That's great.
Oh shit!
the
Am
owner-
I didn't mean to step on any toes. Am I interrupting something? You. And he looks over towards the other table where the two ladies are probably discussing amongst themselves right now. What would you like?
Wine would be lovely.
Wine I can do. And he sort of raises his hand up to the bartender and motions over for the guy. And Fatma kind of just gives a sigh, looks over at you, and mouths wine.
Oh, actually, she kind of smiles. I'll have what you're having.
Oh. And he just points down to his mug and says, and Fatma kind of just nods his head, quickly goes about gathers up some mugs, makes sure that they're clean, goes ahead and pours a few drinks, and makes his way over to your table and says, "All right, one juniper ale for you, and one for you, young lady." Kind of just gives a little chuckle as he says that before making his way back to the bar. Oh,
Thank you.
this is a cozy little place. I had heard that there was a new lady in town named Cassandra who was staying here, so that's why I made my way here. Yeah. I've run into some interesting characters.
Yeah.
Yeah. None as scary as, Artemis, but
Mm.
there's this one dude, he's like a priest. Father Restucci or something like that. Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, he was like very present, I should say. Yeah. Kept asking me
Trying
why
to
I
get
wanted to
you
know
to come
about.
down to service.
Well, he wanted to know why I was asking about you and something about some chick named Chimeg and whether or not I was after her. I don't know. Some weird cats in this town.
Yeah. Well, you know what their do is, to be careful what you drink, right?
Yep. Yeah. Should I be careful with this particular drink? Am I drinking something I shouldn't be drinking right now? And he kind of looks at his ale and
Cassandra will give it a sniff.
you give it a sniff. It's totally fine.
Just, try to maybe avoid any liquids that can hide if there's a bit of red in there, if you catch my drift.
Yeah.
Just to be on
Yeah.
the safe side.
Mm.
You've seen me down that road. You don't want to follow that.
No, yeah. You were, you changed. Yeah. But hey, you started to get better there at the end. I mean, you started to get back to your old self there at the end. So.
What was I like under him?
Not there entirely. Like, something had been ripped from you. And he was a douche. I mean, he really liked to brag about you. Constantly. Always dragged you to parties that you didn't really seem interested in, and always dragging you around on his shoulder. And
Not. Yeah. I'm glad that's behind me now.
you no
Yeah,
longer
I
have
thought
any of the
you were very
bruises, so
good.
that's good.
Is he still Prince?
Last I was there, yeah. In a major way. Yeah.
How many enemies does he have?
That guy? Oh, that guy's got to have like 100 at least. I mean, that guy? I'm sure there's a whole cabal. Is that the right word? I'm sorry. I don't actually know what cabal means. I just, it's a fancy word that you've said before, so.
It sounds good to me. I catch your drift. I hate the fact that I can't remember this. But I don't know, maybe that's a blessing. And she'll kind of look on over to to Sophia. So we were close, me and her.
You were close with Sophia. Yeah, that is Sophia, right?
Yeah,
I'm kind of surprised to see her.
did the prince get me to... Did the prince ruin that friendship?
We didn't really know. It was when you when you first met Sophia, you guys, you weren't under like serious influence when you guys first met, and you guys were like fast friends. I mean, you guys would spend hours up at night talking about the world, politics, men, all sorts of stuff, and then the thing happened, and you started to change, and she noticed really quickly, and for a long time she tried whatever she could, and eventually, I don't know, somewhere along the line she figured something out. And suddenly, over the course of a good 2 months, you started to get better. But you guys wanted to keep up the ruse that you were still, So, yeah. I don't know I don't even know if she's the one who did it, but the two of you figured something out.
Yeah. Maybe I can be friends with her again. I don't know. Just her first look to me and what she said, it kind of had me worried for a second. If I did something.
Oh, did she do the
Don't
glare?
recall. Yes.
She did the glare. Yeah, she always
She
does
did the glare.
Yeah.
She did the glare and called me the blood floor of that.
Yeah, well, that
friend.
was your official title. So.
Okay. So that's just how she welcomes you.
Yeah, okay. She's a formalist. That's the word you always used to use. You were like, she's very formal, always formalist, and you. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do an impression of you. My bad. I
think she'll forgive you just about.
Yeah, but yeah, no, you guys were good. You guys were good together. It was a great duo. And you had a lot of fun, and you embarrassed a couple of nobles early on. I remember that's like, I think that's what kind of got you guys really bonded. Is there's this party in Antioch. Oh, maybe a week after you guys met, and initially she did the glare, and she like did the thing, and you weren't like really all that about her, but something happened at this ball. Something about an outhouse and some kind of... You set fire to something?
Okay.
Not entirely sure what happened. All I remember is the Duke of Attenborough was covered in shit.
Oh, okay. He's not he's still over there, right? He's not in these parts.
Oh, no. He went back to his homeland, I guess you could say. He was from there's this island way on the other side of the world called England. Well, it technically Essex, I think, is where he went to.
I do want to start getting back into doing the books, Viking of Merchants. Do you think that might draw unwanted eyes on me?
I mean, if you do it as good as you used to, always. I gotta be honest, you had something, and you probably still do, but it drew attention like, excuse the phrase, flies to shit. Maybe if you went under a different moniker and met under a different appearance than normal, I think you could get away with it then. But maybe just stay local instead of international like you did.
Can't make any promises. What, do you think the prince would track me down if I start becoming active like that again?
He's a right asshole. So, yeah.
Did I never mention any weaknesses of his?
You?
She just, she's been sipping at a drink, and now just hearing that always makes her look a little bit disgusted at it. Yeah. All the bruises he gives me, beautiful. Wow.
I'm sorry to dump all this on you. I didn't. I imagine it can be pretty fucked up to hear all this.
No, it's good to hear. Did I ever keep in contact with, my father in Sparta? Were we close?
You tried, but eventually that's something he stopped.
Hey.
Yeah.
Hmm.
He controlled like everything about you.
Sounds like it.
That's how you get the title Blood Thrall.
Wouldn't mind putting him down a peg or two, but I just kind of want to get on with life without him for now.
Yeah, I get that.
But I don't do hiding.
I also get that. Oh, I should tell you, it took. I did what you told me, and it took a couple of promises here and there, but Chelsea is doing all right. She's not. I didn't bring her with me because it was, I didn't know how long I'd be on the road, but I can send for her if you want.
I like that.
Yeah. Well, how about I do that? I'll get that done, and we'll make a little thing out of it. I'll find a fancy new saddle, and it'll be your waking up present. How about that?
That sounds fantastic.
Awesome. Okay.
Just don't judge my formal riding, okay? I'm a bit rusty.
That's fine. Let me get that done. It's going to take me with the distance 3 nights. So you might not see a lot of me because I'm going to have to make a few, letters. But yeah.
If you ever need to contact me, do so via here. But did I ever do any little codes, little?
Yeah. That was another one of the reasons he kept you around and why merchants paid you a lot. You had this. You had. Well, you used to have this like rolling cipher. It was way too complicated for me to ever figure out, but essentially, with some of your more shadier clients, you were able to keep them good on their books, quote unquote.
How many people would pay good coin to work with Cassandra Sothothino Toko again?
No longer under the rule of him? Hundreds, probably. It might take a while to get the word out. But you had a small empire of merchants at your fingertips.
So, do you think I should play it safe and build up a cozy little enterprise? Or
at first. But then, once you're established, get some powerful friends and go all out. Why not? What better way to say fuck you, right?
I like that.
Anyways, I should get that set up. I should get those letters out. So enjoy your night, and yeah.
And tell Bart you can have my room.
I appreciate that, but I got a place set out for myself. I should use it,
Okay.
Plus, I enjoy the small time work that comes with that room. So he kind of just brushes his hair a little bit and adjusts himself and says, "All right, I'll let you get back to your people. It was really good seeing you again. But I'll be back soon."
Thank you. And
No
she'll
problem.
give him a hug.
Oh, he kind of goes, and hugs you as well. Oh man, it's been a long time since I got a hug. Okay, I'll be back. And he scoots in his chair, quickly drops the coin necessary to pay for the drinks, and then begins making his way towards the door and does a last little wave. All right.
Cool.
So, ladies and gentlemen, that'll conclude the one-on-one part of our session. We're going to go back to the BRB screen, set ourselves up again, and we will be right back for the conclusion of this episode of Children of the Cup. BRB. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Children of the Cup. All right, picking things back up. Gregory leaves the establishment. So, Shemeg, you were brought upstairs after squawking in the face of Rafik and disappearing around the corner. I assume that you're using your time upstairs for him to take you into your room so that you can transform back.
Yes, exactly.
Right. Fantastic.
And after that, I will be heading downstairs again.
Okay. Rafik just kind of gives you a smile and says, well, it's not often I get an eagle squawking in my face to tell me to go upstairs, but pleasantly appreciate it.
Sorry about it.
I remained quiet for most of the night simply because I thought you would enjoy the evening. Plus, I didn't get to see you the whole night. I mean, after all, you were bird formed away.
Yeah, but things are managed now. So we're good.
But we never allow our poor little Ajala to live down the fact that he called me Kofi. Never.
No.
Really?
We have to
I
dig
wonder
that
if I
in.
should be worried about him.
He must be having some serious stress issues.
Also, please take in account that I just had my jab of vaccine.
Yes,
third one.
you're not in this conversation though.
No, I'm not, but I'm just reminding you, out of character.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think he'll be fine.
I figure maybe once we get you the ability to enjoy normal food, I would like to officially go ahead and invite you perhaps to an evening retreat on a nearby mountain for a picnic.
Sure. Don't know if I've ever been on a picnic.
You've never been on a picnic.
I mean, I have an idea.
Well, that will make this doubly interesting. But we have a
What you
little
gonna
ways to
do?
go before we can. I'll leave that as a surprise.
Okay. Sure. If things stop burning around here.
Never.
If things stop burning around here, yes. He just gives a smile and opens up the door for you to head back on out.
Thank you. And just for the record, I don't want you to be quiet. You can say whatever you want.
I appreciate
As long as
that.
it's not in front of people who shouldn't know things, that is.
Oh, yeah, no, none of
say
that in front of, people who don't need to know, but, in front of the better than humans, yeah, sure, I'll speak my mind. Gives a bit of a smile. Come on, though. Meanwhile, someone who also headed upstairs, not far behind Chimeg. I'm assuming that you're making your way to the room where you let Kat stay.
Yep.
You would make your way to that room and immediately notice that the door is very much locked, and you can see the shadow of something leaned up against it on the other side.
I knock on the door.
Yeah!
Kat, it's me. You in there?
Oh! You hear a bit of shuffling inside, the scoot back of a chair, and then a low grind of wood scraping against wood as something is moved away from the front of the door. Eventually there is the unlocking of the door, and you hear as it gives it like as it opens. Hey, what's up, boss?
Are you afraid of a break-in?
What? No. I just normally sleep with a door in front of my chair.
A door in front of your chair?
You know what I meant.
Right.
Chair in front of my door. God damn it. Why
Right.
You bougie people.
If you don't
and
mind, I'm
language
gonna
skills.
come in for a second, and I'm already making my way inside.
Welcome on, as you just pass her. Welcome on in. Closes the door
Close
behind
it.
you.
Good. Right then. Tried to explain this yesterday, but you don't seem to believe. Anyway, time for your last shot. And I take out the fangs and open my wrist.
Oh, we're doing that again, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Whatever.
Glad to see you're all right, by the way.
Yeah, doing fine. Doing fine. All right, you go ahead and lose a point of blood.
Yes. There we go.
So, Mr. I have every magic trick in the book, and I don't know how to use them because you aren't running a massive scheme in this city.
Well, we're part of some massive schemes in a way, but I do think there's more schemes that include us than that we include others in them. As in,
Sounds like a
there's
bad
lot
scheme
going on.
plan. I mean, your schemes should not be schemes amongst yourselves, I don't think.
No, as in... Currently we're dealing with demons, and it's
What?
a lot. Like fallen
I'm
angels,
sorry.
that kind of thing.
Okay, what?
I'm going to try and keep you out of it because I don't want you involved.
You
with
don't
them.
want me involved, but you just told me that demons are real. All right, sure. Okay.
As in, I don't want you going face to face with those creatures because they can even.
Okay.
They're way too fucking powerful for even me and the rest of my group combined, as in, I don't want you to face off with them. But we'll deal with it. We'll manage to somehow clean this mess up.
God, you are the weirdest guy I am weirdly interested in. You didn't hear that. I didn't say that. Shut up.
I'm not saying anything. However, I am going to want you as basically my eyes and ears in the city.
Oh, and here I thought you were going to say something completely different. I was about to be like, we have not gone that far yet.
No, as in, I like you, absolutely, but no.
Oh, Jesus, tell me how you really feel.
No, in the sense of this is nothing personal at all, but
Oh, yeah, sure. Nothing personal. You just feed me your blood on occasion, and now they're demons, and you can do weird shit to yourself that somehow...
Wait, what are you talking about, as in...
What?
The whole thing, as in... Okay, when I say not like that, I mean I don't feel romantically involved. Like, I really like you, but more like a really close friend, that kind of thing.
Sure,
Okay?
we'll keep it at that.
We're fine with that, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, good.
Yeah, good.
Yeah, precisely.
Yeah.
Ugh.
God, there's some weird energy here, and I am not getting it.
Now I don't know what I wanted to talk to you about anymore.
Well, that's your fucking problem, bud. I mean, shit.
Yeah, I know it is.
You come in here and you're like, oh, take more of the blood. Oh, look at me.
Yeah, but that stays between us, right? Okay?
I didn't tell anybody. I'm not going to tell somebody that I'm taking blood from some dude. That's kind of weird.
Good.
I don't know if you've noticed. It's weird.
Yeah, it is kind of weird. Right.
Does the whole establishment hear this? Is still screaming in the room?
This is in the room.
It's like
Probably not,
it's
not
very
screaming.
muffled. It's not screaming, but it's
Mhm.
like there are clearly voices upstairs, and it's very muffled. But it's clear that Ajala is speaking to someone.
I'm gonna have to think this out a bit, like how we're gonna organize this.
Uh-huh.
Just be careful out there. Keep your ear to the ground about anything interesting, and sort of bring that back to me, okay?
Yeah, great. We're not sleeping together. Get out of my room.
Exactly. Same. Yeah. See you later. And I leave the room really, really awkwardly. Sort of go downstairs, really wondering to myself, what the hell am I doing?
I don't know what you're doing.
know. I don't know. I look at Buckstruck's room and I'm like, that is a whole other can of worms I don't feel like right now. And I go downstairs again.
You hear the door lock behind you, and there's a scooting of a chair.
Yeah. You see Ajala clearly when he comes downstairs and he sits down at the table. Sorry about that. I had something to... Okay, closes the wound.
I guess I would have time to talk to my mother. a bit,
Sure,
so
absolutely.
Are we reverting to that? Okay. So when people went away, she went, all right, I just wanted to know one thing. I had not lost my sense of style. This is not my normal clothing.
Clearly. I was going to mention it, but then I decided not to. You went a bit native, but, I respect that. It's still a decent look on you, I will admit.
I look good in everything.
I
But
wholeheartedly agree.
But that's not the point. The point is an assassin tried to kill me, so I had to beat her to a pulp. But my clothes got destroyed in the process, so I stole her clothes. Talking about that.
Are we
the said
talking about an
assassin,
assassin or a Hashashim assassin?
The later, Habiba wanted to kill me.
Biba, I know that name somehow.
She's the child of, well, no, not child, just apprentice of Gabriel. It's also in the city.
Gabriel. I know
To
that name
Asimite.
too.
But Habiba tried to blackmail us, and I got into a fight, and I
Blackmail you.
luckily fought her off. But luckily,
How did she try to blackmail? She doesn't know, does she?
no. I mentioned that Serafino is currently unavailable. He was captured.
Is Serafino?
The third person.
Yeah, he was like looked kind of bookish, but I
Yeah.
mean, yeah,
He
wasn't that
was
attractive?
yeah, he was. I made him better. Just
Oh.
saying. He was really astonishing after I was done with him.
I'm sure.
But he was very intelligent and very stupid at the same time.
He looked the type.
Yeah. He was tremendously good with occult knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
And then for some reason, I don't know what he said, but he went up to a lupine, our first meeting with the lupine, and not too long afterwards, he was in torpor.
Oh. Intelligent but stupid.
Yeah, and in torpor he was kidnapped, and well, he's in a worse state, but
boy.
Adyala claims he is still alive.
He's in a worse state than torpor?
He has been made into a crystal heart.
Ooh, shit. I've only heard of that being worked out once. Most times that's a, you know.
Yeah, it's really not great. And Habiba wanted to use that. You know about the war between the Muslims and the Christians?
Sure, yeah, I've heard rumors here and there, and of course there was the battle at the Dead Sea that took place not too long ago.
Yeah, and she wanted to blackmail me into helping her assassinate the leaders of the Christian faction. I didn't say yes, and that's why I had to fight her. And she's pretty dangerous, but I hope that she will stay away from me now, because she hopefully knows I'm also enough dangerous to stay away from.
Have you come into your full form, by the way?
I can change shape to that form.
Good. That's what I was mentioning. Yes.
She looks a bit uncomfortable. She says that. I don't particularly like it, though.
No, it doesn't really suit us visually, but I have seen what we can become after that.
Please
My
share.
sire shared his particular ability to become what they call the form of the dragon.
I've heard about that. Isn't that very few that ever reach that potential?
Yeah. He's terrifying. But luckily, he's nowhere near the Levant, so we don't have to worry about him.
All right, great.
It was up in Burgundy, so.
As a reminder from the DM, weren't they talk about the dragon maybe could come by from Alexis?
Yes.
Yeah. And then she would say, there's another Tsimish in town that is called Alexis. You've heard
Alexis Simocata, yes. I believe his family is... Oh, he's a mixed blood. I believe he's Jewish Roman. Yeah. Family really good at making weapons.
Yeah, all right. Well, he claimed that Belisarius Dracul could be coming if you're really unlucky.
Oh.
I didn't get any confirmation. He didn't know for sure, but if he comes, he might join either faction.
Well, shit. Yeah. I hate to break it to you, sweetie. That's my sire.
Of course it is. Of course it is. Maybe that's a positive thing. maybe it's not a positive thing.
Sure, we can use that as leverage in the future. I'm sure. Although I'm not comfortable using that as. I think you understand.
Yeah. I have after the fighting, I tried to change subject because I don't want to think about that.
Mm-hmm.
After the fighting at the Black Sea, well, at that point, we collected a lot of slaves, and I prepared a basement that I will start doing some experiments, I think, with my powers.
Oh, okay. Discovering your. Okay, interesting.
I was thinking of making, well, ghoul bodyguards of some sort.
Ooh, be careful with that. They do require your vitae, and they can, much like ghouls, get very addicted.
I thought it was a way that you could, well, break their minds so they didn't become easier.
I'm not sure how to do that. I've only, been me for a couple decades. Sorry.
Mother-daughter project.
Well, that was what I was going to experiment, see what I could do. But yeah, I know that I can't take too many ghouls. That will.
Right.
That's
It's extremely dangerous for us, in
Yeah.
particular. But I've seen a couple of interesting creations. Yeah. Isn't Alexis rumored to have a 3-headed dog?
Oh, he does.
He does. Ooh.
Yes, I met the dog. I even fed it a bone.
Ooh, fascinating. Any sort of intelligence behind those eyes?
I would say it's some form of tortured intelligence behind them.
Hmm. I myself haven't dabbled in that particular cosmetics. Sure, you would not believe how easy it is to get rid of a boon when people just want, oh, I've had this scar for 100 years and I really want to get rid of it, or, oh, I was embraced and I was overweight. Petty shit. But hey.
I mean, if people want to look good, we could help them. I think that's good.
Use your powers to the best of your abilities.
Exactly. Well, I think you're up to speed on most things now, at least the important parts.
You mentioned when I was trying to think of who was supposed to be your caretaker when you got here, someone with a B?
Oh yeah, the one that actually has been helping me is called Bartholomew. He has an estate outside of Jerusalem.
Okay, I've heard the name before. I never met.
He was the one that found us three when we were a bit, let's say, lost.
Mm.
And he has been a great help. And he also, of course, knows and he's part of it.
Hopefully a man from a noble family.
Yeah, definitely. Well, I actually haven't tracked his family, but he acts and does all the things a nobleman would do. Yes.
This is good.
So what about the Fort Montfort up there? They're supposed to be good at fighting demons?
No, they aren't. They are good at pretending they are holy. That's what they're good at. No, those are your cousins. You remember Cheryl and Marcavius and Demetralis. You remember those three?
Yeah, do I remember those three?
Go ahead and make me a intelligence investigation or wits investigation, whichever is higher for you. And go ahead and make the difficulty 5.
All right. Three? Well, I couldn't get 4 with 3 dice. Otherwise, we would have gotten it. I got as close as I could.
As close as you could, absolutely. With 3 successes, you remember the names now that they're mentioned. You vaguely remember their faces, although it's sort of hazy. Mainly, you more so remember that one of them was heavily bearded, another one was obnoxiously beautiful, and the last one was like the black sheep of the family.
Who was the one that was beautiful? What was his name?
That would Belisarius.
Belisarius. Yeah, I do remember. Oh, I hated Belisarius. Yeah, I remember them vaguely.
Ish. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, they are, well, they only really visited us twice, in Bordeaux, so I guess it's understandable. They're bougie, but they're like, there's this family that's coming up called the Habsburgs. Do you know of them?
Didn't we murder one of them?
My lips are sealed.
I'm double checking my note a little. I haven't written it as I thought I would written it. I don't think so.
I'm going back to a Templar camp. And a botched vicissitude roll?
I believe so, yeah.
What? Did I do that? I have forgotten completely.
Yeah, there was one individual that you captured.
Not for longer.
What? And he one who died? He killed?
Oh, yeah, you totally killed him.
In a horrendous way,
Yeah.
just to remind you.
And that was his name?
That was his last name, yeah.
He's like, oh, I have met one that is mortal with that last name.
Yeah, it's a mortal noble family. They're extremely
Noble.
rich from Italy. I want to say they're from Lombardy. I'm not entirely read up on their history. I stopped caring, after this. But yeah, no, they were richer than us, and they were turned already before we knew about it.
Interesting. But the Montforts up there, what clan are they part of?
Oh, well, two of them are Lasombra, the other is Zamisi.
Oh, so is it Semisi up there? I heard that all of them were not of my clan.
Oh no, one's definitely of our clan. It's the reclusive one, I think. I'm not entirely sure. I just know one of them is.
Maybe the rest would come down now by this time, by the way.
It's about at this time that Chimeg would come down. Yeah.
Okay.
And of course, Cassandra is not too far away, having a private conversation. It looks like it's going very well.
Are they flirting? Well, are they? I mean, she would look over to see if they look like they're flirting.
They
Or
don't look
just
like they're
having...
flirting. They're having a
No.
very good conversation, though.
Okay. Well, hey Chimeg, and this is Chimeg when she's more with less feathers.
It
Nice to meet
is
you.
a pleasure to meet. Ooh, you are a little exotic. I'll be honest.
Thanks. I shall sit down.
Wait a minute. Are you? Never mind.
Can't say half.
Oh no, I totally can, and I'm keeping my lips sealed. You ever been to Antioch?
Do I know what that is?
No.
I don't even know what that is.
I'll take that as a no.
Am I interrupting? Should I head out
No,
again?
sit, have some wine.
Yeah, definitely.
It's our first time meeting. Come on. I'm Sophia. Many call me just Soph, though, so you can call me that.
No.
All right. So, Chimeg, as Cecilia said.
Mm-hmm. Chimeg what? I'm gonna ask.
Don't know if there's anything else.
Interesting. So, where are you from, Chimeg?
North. North of the Black Sea, probably.
Black Sea. So sort of around the Crimea region, huh?
Sort of around. Litha. I don't remember the English word now.
Lithuania?
Lithuania. Lithuania, I suppose.
Interesting. Okay. Oh. Huh. I don't think the Commonwealth exists right now, so I think she'd just still call it Lithuania. Well, that is quite north. Not as far north as some of the individuals I've run into. I've heard of a very, very small group of women that are in the Scandinavian region.
Isn't it cold up there?
Extremely so, yeah.
I have a question for the DM. How old does my mother look to be?
Your mother looks to be like she is in her very early 40s, but like really good 40s.
Because she has modified herself, so she looks young, probably,
Mm-hmm.
for her 40s. All right. Okay, cool. So, what is the plans for the lupines? What is the tactic?
I'll be honest, when I was called upon the job and I discovered how many there were in the city, I kind of threw my hands up and figured that I wasn't going to get very far, but gaining what information I have, the fact that you have a truce with one of the groups, perhaps we can use that to our advantage. Perhaps a formal alliance could be formed. One that, should that particular group have any outstanding enemies, perhaps the Twisted Sisters or any of the other groups, we could use that to our advantage, attack those other groups, eliminate as many as possible, and once these individuals that you have a truce with are enemyless, we could then downgrade ourselves back down to a truce and go and find out more information about any other groups that might be here in Jerusalem, see who has the most enemies amongst those, and talk, possibly see if we could procure ourselves another truce that might lead to a temporary alliance until their enemies are dead, so on and so forth, till eventually we're left with a very small modicum. I'd say if we can get the population down to about 10, that'd be acceptable.
What is the time plan for this?
Years?
Oh, most are leaving in 3 to 4 weeks.
Fantastic. My job mostly solved. I'll still have to produce a small modicum of results to show that I'm doing something, but if that's the case, simply providing a body that is clearly of the lupine persuasion could simply show that I'm making greater efforts than I actually am. Yes, Ajala.
Did I make my way down yet?
In a minute. You're still having your awkward conversation.
Well, yeah, I don't know how willing the Silverfangs, the Trucy, would be to team up to kill other werewolves. I doubt that would be up for them, but who knows?
Like I said, I'm not entirely sure, but usually these creatures do feud amongst themselves quite often. It's about at that time, Cassandra, that your conversation is ending as Gregory is making his way out the door.
Cassandra. Oh, this seems to be done with a conversation. She actually spoke to them today, so she might have some news on that front.
Fantastic. A talking relationship beyond just this truce. That will serve extremely well.
You probably guys saw that she did give Gregory a hug before he left. But yeah, when she does go on to rejoin the table, she looks to Sophia like very happy and just with quite a thankful smile. I am more than eager to become friends with you again.
As
And
am
it seems like there's a lot I am thankful for.
I.
And she'll is there space next to her that obviously
But yeah, sure, absolutely. It's more of a round
She'll say-
table than a square, so yeah, you could easily scoot your way in.
she'll whisper in her ear. Well, I'm not like basically like a playful whisper. Like she's not hiding. Anybody can hear this. I look forward to maybe making Artemis look like a certain duke one day.
Wow. I think that would be quite enjoyable to see.
What did I miss?
Well, actually, we were having a wonderful conversation about my calling on being here. The unfortunate fact that I am here to deal with the lupine is present. And luckily at the forefront of my daughter's mind, the astute little person she is. And she kind of just scritches you on the cheek a little bit. All right. Well, I had mentioned my plans to them, but it appears that you have a bit of a talking relationship with an individual that your coterie has made a truce with. I figure that could be, with enough talk, glamour, and possibly gifts, an end to helping with our lupine problem. And she'll
So
go
you
over
don't
her
intend to-
plan.
So you don't intend to kill them?
Well, now that I know that they'll be gone in 2 to 3 weeks, I don't necessarily see the point. I mean, let's be honest. They can reproduce much faster and much more easily than we can, with a lot less overarching noticeability.
Right. Yes, I did speak to them, and again, they were planning to leave. Just a few things are making their departure take a bit longer. I've got a shopping list which involves talking to potentially some Tremere. So that's always something to look forward to. Some herbs and a black rose.
Interesting.
Right.
Perhaps then you'd seek the help of... I know that there's a Tremere in town named Mara, but I also know that the sister of Mara, Cassandra, not you, of course, but a different Cassandra, in Tel Aviv.
Yeah, we have actually kind of good relations with Mara, and actually, I think her sister Cassandra is currently making a weapon for me, enchanting it.
Interesting.
If I understood it correctly, did Canis said it was Cassandra she was going
So
to speak?
Canis told you that Cassandra knew the person who could enchant the weapon. Yeah.
All right, sorry.
And
all right. No, it was a friend of Cassandra that could enchant it. Well, she's involved at least.
yes. And having a line of contact that involves her is better than having none at all. So good. So perhaps it would be good to go ahead and, as a group effort, mayhaps, not assuming that you would help me out in such endeavors, but, simply putting it out there. We could gather what they need, present it as a gift, and maybe perhaps present our plan to help them deal with some of the individuals who nip at their heels.
We have been hoping we could form alliances with them, so That sounds perfectly swell to me.
As long as they are willing to talk, I see no reason why we can't possibly find some way to make a deal. It's better than having your throat ripped out.
Definitely. Swig of the wine.
You also would notice, by the way, that your mother has remained cold, but she is still drinking the wine just fine. So she more than likely has that ability.
Mm. Well, that is good. If it comes to a conflict, I would rather not fight in the coming week with anything.
No, I don't think we should. I don't think we should do the heavy lifting, as it were. I think instead, assisting them in dealing with one of their competitors might be better. Perhaps where they do most of the work of injuring the creature, and we simply swoop in to make sure that they understand that we were there to help.
So savvy.
Well, you have these thoughts as well, I am entirely sure of.
She just smiles and looks around. I do need to change clothing. I'm starting to get a little fed up with these clothes.
Well, if you do not have access to a wide variety of a wardrobe, I do have a few of my things packed away, although they're way back in the Citadel.
Well, I actually have a dress here that I'm going to change into, I think, but
Fantastic.
maybe I'm going to a party soon. What color are you having on your dress, by the way, Cassandra, for the party?
That's actually a very good point. I am aware of a very specific color of purple that may not be particularly wise, at least in perhaps a previous life, to wear in certain regions. Does that
I see where you're
still
going.
count?
Yes. No, you should be fine within our circles. I'm very well aware of this. I have worn it once before. And although it does attract quite a few eyes, they're, shall we say, eyes of wanting.
Why did it
She
have
just
to be
kind of
purple? Now I have to change dress. Then I'm going to change into that dress now, if you'll excuse me.
Please go right ahead.
And she will go upstairs.
As she leaves the table, and eventually she makes her way up the first flight of stairs up to the rooms. Sophia kind of just looks at all of you. Well, at least my daughter's hands are being well taken care of by at least one of you. But I have to admit, I'm quite curious about the other two of you. See, the stoic silent types.
I'm not there yet, as far as I'm aware.
Oh, that's right. So, yes, as Cecilia is going up the stairs, Ajala is coming down the stairs.
Oh, key
Thank you.
to my room, as in your gear is in there as well.
Perfect. I will
This-
go and pick this up.
Silver shit.
Don't worry,
I
you
would
don't go in
start
his
by
room and find silver shit. You find exactly what you need.
Yeah, I will pick up my things, and then I will go to my room, and then I would change.
So I go and sit down at the table.
And that's when she would ask that question. Sorry.
So what was the question again?
Well, I know that my daughter's hands are well taken care of in Cassandra's, but I am not fully aware of you two and what you're capable of.
Well, she makes slew the werewolf,
Interesting.
which I think is why you're in town, if I didn't mistake what Ezekiel said.
Let's see. The EOS in the room is used to stabbing at things with sharp fangs.
As in, it was not like we all pitched in, but she had the killing blow, and to be honest, I do think that is something that should be celebrated in her name.
Very much so. She sort of raises her wine glass a little bit.
It was a team effort.
Oh, don't sell yourself short.
Mhm.
Hmm.
I take it
Would
the
it
two of
try-
you are usually a few words, yes?
Oh no, I do tend to talk way too much.
Ah, so much so that you get yourself in trouble?
Yeah, which is why I'm supposed to talk less, both according to Cassandra
Lovely.
and.
Oh,
yeah.
I do love a gossiper.
But yeah, besides
think
that, Go ahead.
You go ahead.
Besides that, I'm usually more of the stabby type, ask questions later as well.
Darling, you can't do that all the time. It only gets you so far. Sure, it's great for certain endeavors, but not all. Sometimes you just need the right amount of tact.
To be honest, I would like to go after the rest of these Wicked Sisters, since they're being particularly annoying at trying to find us.
Yes.
But yeah, we'll see if that ever happens. We'll probably be out of town before we get the chance, particularly at this rate of demons and everything starting to appear and making trouble. It's like we can't have a calm night without some shit rearing its ugly head.
That sounds like a wonderful thing and a curse at the same time.
Bit of both, I guess.
I mean,
Sandra,
would you
you were
rather
saying-
sit around and have boring night after boring night? I didn't mean to interrupt you, Cassandra.
It passed. Literally, all Cassandra was going to say when she was saying, "Oh, like they're being quiet," Cassandra was just going to be, "Maybe it's your formalities." So this passed. Doesn't matter. Continue.
Okay. I guess it does keep us busy, but a bit less every once in a while would be,
Preferable.
yeah.
You can also
Understood.
take certain steps to ensure that. Perhaps, observe, less so interact.
Yeah, that might actually help. Currently, I'm more like wondering how the fuck to deal with my ghouls as I look at Fatma behind the bar.
Well, sweetheart, when it comes to that, experience is everything, and
Yep.
one day one of them is going to stab you in the back hard by stabbing your others, and on that day you will learn a valuable lesson.
Let's hope they don't infight just yet.
Give it a year.
In a year, we'll
Is there
see. Yeah.
is there a way to get them to the third stage without, the obsession?
I'm sure there is. I personally have not found that exact way. But there is a way to slowly break down that obsession over time.
Are there
That is-
writings of it somewhere? I'd like to ensure somebody doesn't, take them away or something like that. Well,
Technically, we have 2 libraries at our disposal that we could look through.
Well, I know
Yeah.
that there is a particular section of the Library of Alexandria that has such writings that could be of great use when it comes to, in particular, this sort of subject. I don't have personal access to them, though. I did for a very short time, and I helped a friend with them. But unfortunately, after expending the boons that it took to do so, I lost access.
Speaking of books, I do think we should meet with Alexis and I take the drawing out of my armor on that symbol thing
What is that?
if we want more information.
Ah, yes, the drawing that you made of your interesting fellow.
It was wearing a mark. I'm quite sure I've seen it in the back of a book, but it was covered in dried old blood. page would need to be restored in order to be able to read anything around it.
Now, that is something I could help with. There is, if I'm not mistaken, a Brother Bernardus, or Bernard. It was one or the other.
Brother Bernard.
Who happens to be here in Jerusalem. But he is a bit of a traveling priest, insane as all hell. But he's great at recovering and redoing manuscripts of all sorts. He spent much of his time in the Chantry doing such.
That is interesting to know, as in I've been hoping to meet him, so this would make it
You haven't
extra.
met him?
Not yet.
I've met him twice. Each time was a interesting and enlightening experience. We'll put it that way.
Oh, that brings me to the other
be
center.
careful, though, not to ever hand him any words of the good Lord. He has a way of affecting you and I.
He remains capable of...
Oh, yes. Very much so.
How?
I'm not entirely sure how those individuals who are able to do such, but I know that he is one of them, as well as a select few others that I have run into over my travels. In particular, I remember the Bishop of London. Oof, I mean, talk about a
Don't
looker.
get me started on bishops. We've had our fill.
Oh, really?
The Bishop of Durham.
Bishop of Durham. I could have swore I saw him the other day running around investigating something.
Yep, he's trying to figure out more about Cainites and all that
Perhaps
kind
a
of
week
thing.
ago.
Oh, that reminds me, Fatma.
Yes.
You been here yet?
Fatma makes his way around the bar, dusts himself off a little bit, brushes off his apron, makes his way towards you. Who are we talking about?
The bishop.
Yes. Yes. That is something I wanted
He
to
has.
bring up with you. Yes. But you were,
Oh,
engaged.
please speak freely.
Ah, yes. Well, he came by with two other individuals. He drank from the bottle exclusively, though. The other two were already under the persuasion of alcohol.
Okay. Right. Good. Now I need somehow... Can you... Where's Kat? I need... Yeah, I'll talk to Kat in a bit. Now I need to know when he might be leaving town, if he's leaving town. Because I don't want this to happen on our doorstep.
Okay. I'll see if I get that information at all.
If you can find anything out about that, if he's here again, ask him about it as well. If he's ever leaving town, I need to know.
All right. I'll ask around, but quietly. Also, Rafik, you need to handle a few things downstairs. And Rafik kind of perks up and says, I do? I'll be back. And he scoots his way off.
Luck.
Thank you, Fatma.
Yeah, no problem. Refill of drinks?
Oh, yes, please.
Goes ahead and refills everybody's drink. He brings a fresh few bottles to the table, cleans off the other ones, and carefully stows them away.
Can't say I'm not tempted to kill him right this instant, but... Man, do I want that man
I
dead.
take it then that this bottle you mentioned perhaps contained a portion of your blood. And that would lead me to believe that you are, at least, have the capabilities of an Azimite.
Astute.
I did a lot of reading on our kind in my first year.
Yeah, I spent most of that time on the sparring ground, unfortunately. Well,
No, never say unfortunately. It is always good to have someone that you can rely on to handle themselves in combat. It is a very much revered skill, especially in our day and age. I mean, knowing how to hold a blade is one thing. Knowing how to kill another man holding another blade is entirely different.
About that, since you are here to deal with the lupines, give me a day or two and I'm more than willing to join into that fight because I have some dealings with them and I have something to return.
I'm sure it'll take more than a day or two to set everything up. So take your time getting yourself prepared. Chimag, I would extend the same invitation to you as well.
Of course.
Oh, yeah, that reminds me. I think have I mentioned to you, Chimag, because I tend to forget that we might have other work as well.
Other work?
Ezekiel mentioned a bruja. Etheria was her name. He wants information on them, whoever they are. Ezekiel, it would be our job, basically. Same as, and that brings me instantly back to Cecilia's latest effort and Brother Bernard. Brother Bernard apparently is aware of some of the hiding locations of Habiba, who Cecilia faced off with. To be honest, I wouldn't mind. It's a bit of... As much as on the one hand, I'm eager to say this, on the other hand, it hurts me, but in her current state, being weakened by Cecilia as she is, this might be the perfect time to finish her off.
Yeah.
Well, if this individual is also an Asmite, I imagine that will be very difficult to find her in the first place, unless you just happen to stumble upon her.
It's going to be difficult.
Cecilia,
She's good at hiding
this time.
All right. She comes down in this beautiful purple dress that I think that Adjala has seen once. It's the one that she bought the fabrics when she came here to Jerusalem.
And we bought the fabrics in Tel Aviv.
Yeah, exactly.
Or in Aviv, sorry.
And then, she comes down in... This looks like a very proper and high-class dress that is very modern for that time.
Your mother kind of looks you over with a deep smile and says, "Now that is the Cecilia I've always known." And it's on those words that the screen sort of lingers for a few minutes and then eventually goes dark. It says, "To be continued," as we end the episode. Thank you all so much for coming by. We greatly appreciate each and every one of you, and we hope to see you guys on the next episode of Children of the Cup. Also, keep an eye out on Monday, this upcoming Monday, for the first episode of a D&D campaign that we have had in the works for a little while here. You might see a couple of these faces in as well.
What's all this then?
All right. But either way, adios.
Adios.
Good night, everyone.